Borodar, Mark Polindwi, Kadari Ford Yekith, Croeso Ikavavod, Gaiobin Iki, Gulfino, 9, Gumrai, Oscar Kandar. And I'll ask you to introduce yourselves in Welsh, please, but not now. When you first speak in the meeting, could you introduce yourselves in Welsh and English, please? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mae croeso I chi gyfrannu yn Gymraeg neu Saesneg. You're welcome to contribute in Welsh and English as usual. And in that regard, we have got translation facilities with us. And Catherine is with us, our translator. The translators will be changing during the course of the meeting. Catherine, would you like to just run us through the translation facility so we're all happy we can operate it? Catherine? You're on mute, Catherine. Okay. Okay, so you want them to switch to English, Catherine? Okay, so please choose English on the interpretation globe if you can't hear Catherine, which I can. So thank you, Catherine. You're happy to proceed on that basis? Yeah. So we will move then into the agenda, please. And the first is welcome and apologies. I've already given the welcome. I have one apology recorded from Vaughan Roberts, who's not able to be with us today. Then we have declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest from anybody on the board in respect of any of the items today? No, deal. We then have several sets of minutes to confirm that we're happy with by way of accuracy. Just so you are aware, the health board minutes of the 29th are adjusted with the Office of Board Secretary over the last 48 hours because there were some anomalies in the minutes that I corrected, but materially they don't make any difference to the minutes themselves. Are you happy to approve the minutes of the 29th of September?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mark, I've got a correction.
Okay, go on.
The minutes show me on the 29th as being present and then give my apologies, but it was just apologies, I wasn't present.
You were, because you're feeling unwell, if I remember right, John?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can we change that, David, please? So then we have the minutes of the AGM on the 29th. Are you happy with the accuracy of those minutes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Same correction, I think.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise, I'm happy with the accuracy of the minutes, but I just wanted to raise on page 3, there is reference to meeting the target for prompt payment of invoices and that target having been achieved. And I'm conscious here that we've had a recent press report in relation to outstanding debt. And I wonder if Rob would be able to provide a bit of an explanation, a clarification on that, please.
Yeah, certainly. I'm Rob Nolan, Acting Executive Director of Finance, cover with or covered dros draw. Yeah, we can confirm that the overall target for the health board is met. The data is actually provided by shared services. And it's calculated the same way for the health board, so the minutes themselves are correct. I can provide some more background to the recent issues with Flintshire if you wish, but I can cover it later on.
I think that is sufficient for the moment, Rob. We have got a meeting with Flintshire next Wednesday. And I think either you or Sarah are accompanying us with accompanying Jill and I to the meeting, if that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jackie.
Apologies. In terms of the AGM minutes, there's a couple of issues with the list of those present. Gareth Evans is listed as an Associate Member, Director of Social Services, and I'm listed as an Associate Independent Member. I wonder if those could be corrected, please.
They can. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
highlighting that, Jackie. Then we come on to, we've got the AGM questions and responses. Molly, have these been issued, or what are we planning to do by way of communicating the responses to the questions that were posed by members of the public?
Morning, Chair. So in response to the questions we received, they've been issued directly. And they're recorded here for completeness, so there's transparency in what was sent.
So anybody who's asked the question, Molly, has received an answer? Is that-
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks very much. Okay, so we'll move on again, if I may, which is matters arising and the action log from the 29th. I'm just going to take a canter through these. There's a couple of things I want to pick up as we go through. So the operating model, and I know executives have got a lot of demands on their time at the moment, but we did say in the last board meeting we ought to be kept informed of how the operating model is proceeding. Could we, Jill, when you have opportunity, get an update from the team, please? Not now, around the operating model and how it's proceeding, particularly in terms of the filling of the key posts.
Oh, we are on with that, Mark. So yes, happy to do so.
Thank you. Then in terms of the next, which is shown as closed, where there's a reference to a board effectiveness review, I emailed colleagues yesterday to say that in that regard, a piece of work is now to be undertaken by Audit Wales, and the scope for that piece of work has been now confirmed and circulated to you. And that will take the form of an interview with every member of the board. If you've got any queries about that, please let me know outside of the meeting. Then we move on to the item associated with Teresa and Sue Hill, which is the one concerned with the committee and advisory group reports and the mental health improvement plan. What now is the latest in respect of that in terms of the plan, Teresa, please?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd Teresa Owen, dwi'n cyfarwyddwr gweithredol iechyd cyhoeddus. Mae'r cynllun wedi mynd i'r pwyllgor QSC erbyn hyn. Mae'r gwaith yn symud ymlaen ac erbyn hyn, da ni wedi penodi aelod o staff i helpu ni symud y cynllun yn ei flaen. Rhan amser ydy'r person yna, ond mi fydden nhw'n gweithio'n agos iawn gyda gaenor sydd yn gweithio ar y cynllun yn Ysbyty Glan Clwyd, ac wrth gwrs mi fyddwn ni'n dilyn agwedd tebyg iawn, y dials and cogs da ni'n sôn amdano fo o fewn y bwrdd. Dyna lle mae'r cynllun erbyn hyn.
Thanks very much, talking about Teresa. So I'll then move on. It's a closed item, but I just want to touch upon it, the IPQR, as in the Integrated Quality and Performance Report. So I would first of all like to say I think the report this time around is better. I've had an exchange with Sue Hill. There is more work being done following the workshop that's referred to in that update. So we can continue to progress that. And so other colleagues are aware. Jill has shared with me a performance dashboard in terms of a weekly performance report. I think it is, Jill, for comment. Once I had a chance to consider it myself, I'll share it with colleagues, or Jill will, particularly for observations from the committee chairs. So there is other work that's been done which has not yet been shared with you, but it has progressed. So thank you, Jill and team, for that. We then move on, if I may, to the next item, which is the patient staff story. Angela, are you picking this up, please? Before you do, Angela, I can see John's just put his hand up. Sorry, hold on a minute. John?
Sorry, Mark, I may be out of sequence here. I thought you'd moved on to item 27 in the list. You jump back, or I'm getting confused.
Sorry, I'm confused. Item 27 in the list. Are you talking about the actions arising?
Yes, the actions arising, page 6. But you not got that far yet.
I'd walk through them all, the ones I wanted to walk through. So what is it you want to pick up, John?
All right, I was going to, sorry, forgive me, my camera should start. Item 27, it was recommend for closure for the 26, the annual plan monitoring report. I think we prefer to keep that open because there are still concerns about the report. I'll bring up the issues when we get to the report itself.
Okay, let's leave that open and we'll explore those with Chris when we come to the item then. Okay, thank you. Thanks for flagging that, John.
Cheers.
Linda, did you want to come in now? Linda?
Oedd yr bwtwm ddim yn gweithio, cadeirydd, na drwy gennau. Linda Thomas dwi, aelod annibynnol o'r bwr. O'n i hefyd isio codi'r mater yma mewn cyd-destun y pwyllgor dwi'n cadeirio, a sy'n ni yn hoffi mwy o drafodaeth yn hytrach neu cau y gweithred yma ar hyn o bryd. Ond os da chi am trafod hwnna bellach mlaen yr agenda, mi wna i aros tan hynny. Diolch.
So let's hold off until we get to the agenda item, and then you can offer Chris any comments when he presents the item, and we can agree how we're going to move forward at that point. That's okay. Right, sorry, Angela. I will now come to you. I don't know how unfair it is to ask you to introduce yourself in Welsh, given you've only been here a matter of weeks, but
I'll try.
Okay.
Bydd da, Angela Wood dwi, cyfarwyddwr gweithredol, nyrsol, a byddai iaith dwi. Good morning, I'm Angela Wood, Exec Director of Nursing and Midwifery.
Oh yeah, well done.
Thank you. The patient story today, identified in the papers, I'm going to pass over to Matt to introduce and talk us through. Thanks.
Thanks, Angela.
Good morning. Matthew Joyce, Matthew Joyce. Without any further delay, I would like to play the story for you, which is Sue's story. Sue is a carer, and her story describes her experience of going through services at YGC. And the story should be appearing on your screens just now, and I'll pass over to Sue to tell her story.
My name is Sue, and I am a mum to 2 children with complex disabilities and medical needs, and we've been users of aspetic gland fluid for the past 11 years. Both of my children have been wheelchair users, full-time wheelchair users. Now, we lost our daughter 6 months ago, Megan, age 10. But we have our son Daniel, who is age 9, and he is still a frequent visitor to aspetic gland fluid. I recently visited the hospital for an appointment at Children's Outpatients, and Daniel needed toileting, and that requires being able to be laid down on a changing plinth and to have his pad changed. A basic human right and a basic need for Daniel to continue with his day. Now, I know that the changing facilities here exists, but at the time of visiting it wasn't signposted, and there was a small A4 piece of paper on the door that said what it was and that you could go knock next door at the discharge lounge to ask for the room to be opened. I did this and met a really friendly nurse who did say, I'm really sorry, but the room is out of order. And I was signposted to a toilet along the corridor. She didn't realise the difference between a changing places and a disabled toilet. A disabled toilet isn't good enough. There have been occasions where I have had to change my children on the floor. It's undignified and it's not safe. So after much moving around of stuff, I was able to access the room. I found the room to be dirty, if I'm honest. The fact that the room wasn't particularly clean was okay, because I'm used to wiping things down, but there wasn't any Clinol wipes available for me to wipe the surface down. It was a shower trolley that was there, which again, I don't feel to be an adequate changing facilities. It's a showering facility, whereas a changing plinth, you can get freestanding changing plinths, you can also get wall mounted changing plinths. The showering trolley has a lip to it, so as somebody that had to lift a child, you have to lift them over the lip. Now Daniel weighs 34 kilos and he is just about manageable for me, but that's why hoisting is so important, and it was really pleased to see that there was a ceiling track hoist available in the room. Unfortunately, there was uniforms hanging from ceiling track hoist. And when I did go to see if the hoist itself would be operatable, it had a spanner symbol, which often means that it's either one, it's not working, or more likely scenario is that it hasn't been put back, so that it has to be replaced back to the charging monitor, otherwise it won't work by the next time somebody else goes to use it. The other thing that I find really degrading, to be honest, is having to ask somebody for somewhere to toilet my son. He's an 8-year-old, he knows his own mind, he knows his own incontinence, and he's fully aware of this. One system that I think would really work here in Glenclwyd, and it's a system that's used widely for over 10,000 disabled toilets that are locked, and it's the radar key system. Leading on from the changing places is our experiences of having to bath people with complex needs. Previous to the works, there was a bath on children's wards, which was really helpful because you could get either side of the bath, and there was a hoist. So if you required the assistance of a hoist, you were able to hoist a child into a bath. It wasn't brilliant, but it, like I said, it did the job, and it was suitable for the needs. Since the work has been done, showers have been put in onto children's ward, but our daughter, she was a frequent visitor to the children's ward, and at 10 years old, she would spend up to 3 weeks potentially on the ward, and there have been a handful of occasions where I've asked if I can bath her, and a member of staff has had to accompany me. I've pushed her in a wheelchair from children's ward to the discharge lounge to that room, which I said, yet again, there was Zimmer frames and things in the way, and the nurse was carrying a canister of oxygen and a saturation monitor, and we had to shower her on this trolley, wrap her up in towels and wheel her back to children's ward. I didn't think it was particularly dignified, and our Megs made her feelings very well known because she kicked off all the way back. It's really difficult because children with complex needs are frequent flyers to this hospital. They're your regulars, they're not your broken arm, broken leg, appendicitis kids. These are kids that every winter they are familiar faces on the wards, and it's things like this that are important. Cubicles there are quite small, so you can't get a wheelchair in. Megan was particularly vulnerable from a chest point of view, so part of her physio was to get her up and out of bed and into her chair, because lying in bed isn't good for anybody that's got an acute respiratory illness. But when you can't get the wheelchair into the bedroom, it made it more and more difficult, and I feel at times could hinder their recovery. The other thing that's been really lacking for us has been access to hydrotherapy, and again, I feel like that has been overlooked. It was taken out to make way for the outpatients waiting room, which is completely understandable. But up until now, we still have no access to hydrotherapy. When they shut the hydrotherapy pool here, we found it to be such a detriment. I mean, hydrotherapy is amazing for rehabilitation, but for people with chronic illnesses, arthritis, people with complex disabilities or musculoskeletal problems, hydrotherapy is invaluable. Our Megan spent so much of her life in pain, and hydrotherapy was one of the few therapies that was actually able to help with that chronic daily pain she was in. Not having access to hydrotherapy on a regular basis meant that she was unnecessarily suffering. I'd really like to see improved services for people with complex medical needs, because we're the forgotten group, we're the get on with it quietly group, and we're the put up with a bare minimum group, but actually they deserve to have a dignified life. They deserve to access services that other people take for granted.
Thank you, and I would like to thank Sue for telling her story and the story of her family. In particular, the paper I would draw colleagues' attention to describes some of the actions that have been taken in response to Sue sharing her story with us, and The story has been shared very widely with our equalities team, with patient experience team, with the team at YGC, and in addition to this meeting, it's been presented at a range of other forums, including our equality stakeholder group. The head of site for Glenclwyd has met with Sue to discuss her experience and to look at what changes need to be met. And Sue has been involved in some of those changes, in particular the change in spaces facility that we have at Glenclwyd has been added to the cleaning schedule. There are daily checks and spot checks now in place for that room. The issue of access to the room has been addressed, so there's no longer a requirement to get permission from staff to use it. And again, signage has been put in place to address that. In addition, the issues around the maintenance of the equipment has been addressed, and also that's been added to ongoing checks and maintenance schedules for future checking as well. In addition, the patient experience team have also looked at whether we have any similar facilities across the health board, and the room at Glenclwyd is the only changing spaces facility that we have in the acute sites. But the team have also worked with management teams at Ysbyty Gwynedd and Ysbyty Mailer Wrexham to also look at the accessible toilets there, and again make sure that signage and cleanliness issues have been addressed there to make sure that we learn across all three sites. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Matt, there's a number of hands gone up, but Andrew, is there anything you want to say before I pass the questions?
Yes, thank you, Mark. I just want to say, obviously, very, very harrowing story, and obviously, even as months have gone, years gone by, that is still affecting the family and Sue's experience of it. We are working really closely, as Matt said, with Sue, and she is on one of our groups identifying what we need to do for improvements. From a therapy point of view, we're actually looking at what services we are providing, making sure that that is the best we can possibly do. Working really closely with estates, we're pulling together a project group to look at all of the issues and identify how we can make sure that we've got the best services in all of our sites.
That's really helpful, Andrew. Thank you. So I'm going to turn to questions. Cheryl first.
Thank you very much. Cheryl Carlisle dwi Eileen Annibynnol. I'm Cheryl Carlisle, on the independent members. I'd like to thank Sue so much for bringing this story, and also to apologise to her and her family for this substandard experience. I know, as a parent of over 40 years experience myself with a disabled child, that yes, you do just get on with it, but this is just not good enough. I was particularly concerned around the cleanliness of the room, and as having to amend the cleaning schedule. You would have thought that would have been done as standard. It should have been part of our basic business and care. And I'm really pleased to hear we're bringing our facilities up to standards. And just to say a huge thank you to her for bringing this, for carers and families everywhere. Thank you very much indeed, Sue.
Yep, Cheryl. John?
Bore John Glanders, Dewey, Alonwood, Dewey, John Glanders, independent member. Thanks for bringing this story. I mean, it's clearly very distressing. I think what is more upsetting to a certain extent is the promises that have been made in the past with regard to installation of changing places. In the Miler, we actually go back as far as 2013, when there was a commitment from the hospital management team then to actually install a changing places facility in the hospital. The fact that we're now so far down the line and nothing's happened. There's been a great deal of work carried out by TCC, Together Creating Communities and Flintshire Disability Forum, making representation over the past few years on a number of occasions with no real success from the health board. So I think it's a matter of urgency, really, that we now start addressing this, ensuring that it is actually in the estate strategy. And the one thing that I was informed in advance, which I just couldn't believe, but it's now been highlighted in the pictures shown, was that the facility in YGC was actually being used as a staff changing room. Having now seen the photo and the uniforms hanging up, that obviously is a major concern. And just the other final point is later on in the agenda, we've got questions with regard to the delays in responding to complaints. It would be very useful to know how long did it actually take Sue, and how much of a fight did Sue actually need to go through in order to get this issue raised at this particular level. Thanks.
So just in terms of some of that which you said, John, you obviously got knowledge that some of us haven't got, particularly around TCC. Is there anything you ought to share, could share with the States team to ensure that they pick up on what you just described at the start?
Yeah, more than happy to share outside, but the fact that we've had 2 campaigning groups now for at least the last 4 years running a campaign across North Wales, not only just in terms of improvement on health facilities, but in other locations as well, because across North Wales, there are actually only 4 of these facilities, I believe, in total. So it's in the private sector, shopping centres, council buildings as well.
Right.
Sorry, could I just pass one other point? And that was the decision from somebody to actually remove a hydrotherapy facility, which clearly has got huge medical implications on that, and then not to factor in a replacement. That just doesn't seem to be a logical way to manage our estates. Thanks.
Right. So in terms of the first point, Rob, could you get someone from estates to liaise with John, please?
Yes, will do. Will do.
Thank you. Second point was around how long it took Sue to be able to elevate her concerns. Matt, do you have any sense for that?
I do, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the concern originally came in, and the patient experience team picked this up through the PALS team. So there was quite active and rapid progress in relation to that, and the site have sought to respond very quickly. So there hasn't been a delay in getting that done, John. There were, being totally honest, there were some kind of false starts where things were done and then had to, the checks picked up that maybe things hadn't quite been implemented fully. But again, the patient experience team working with the states, working with the site, have managed to resolve those.
And Matt or Rob, do you know whether we lost the hydrotherapy facility now forever? Is anybody able to answer John's question?
I'm not able to answer it, Chair, but I can certainly find out.
Okay, Gareth, thanks, Rob. I think Gareth's put his hand up now, so you might have a Gareth.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me first of all?
I can, yes, thank you.
Just put my video on. Good morning, Bore Gareth Evans dwi cyfarwyddwr gweithredol dros dro therapiau gwyddorau iechyd. I have a little bit of information about the hydrotherapy pool, Mark, but I would suggest myself and one or two others perhaps take the situation away to look at. But it relates, the loss of the pool at Glenclwyd relates to a decision within the YGC redevelopment several years ago. As part of that project, the decision was made not to replace the pool. I do know there were some I'm not sure if there were commitments, but there was certainly some interest in exploring alternative options, which included perhaps the provision of a hydrotherapy facility shared with our local authority partners as a new facility, but clearly that hasn't happened in the intervening years. But perhaps one or two of us can go away and have a look at the decision that was made as part of the redevelopment project to get a better answer for John.
That's helpful, Gareth, and yes, please. Thank you. Jackie.
Bore da, Jackie Hughes, aelod independent, aelod annibynnol, Jackie Hughes, independent member. When I first read this story, apart from the distressing nature of what Sue had to do to achieve what she has achieved, I was concerned about the mention of hoists. We have a number of different hoists across the organisation, all requiring different sorts of slings, and I was a bit concerned around training. So having seen now that it's a ceiling hoist, what I'm going to ask now is whether there are some instructions very visibly on a wall that somebody unfamiliar with that particular hoist would know how to use it in terms of that. I believe most carers of those with complex needs probably have their own slings that they carry around with them. So that was the first point. And then the second point is around the fact that neither Ysbyty Gwynedd or Wrexham Myler have anything similar for patients and carers to use, which for me is a big gap in our service. Added to that are accessible toilets. Many are not actually accessible. Very much depends on which side. For example, if you're in a wheelchair, you transfer one. Majority are put in to transfer from the right-hand side. So there's a huge assumption that those using them have that ability. We don't consider the fact that we may need to have accessible toilets where you can transfer from either side. And to add to that is a number of years ago, I noted that our baby change facilities also leave a lot to be desired. I think a full review of what we're providing for patients, visitors, carers is probably required across all sites. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Angela, I wonder if there's any efficient way of checking how the facilities are looking across the 3 sites. I'm not sure whether that rests with you as the lead, Angela, but I'm just wondering how we might pick it up.
I think from a patient experience point of view, obviously we've involved Sue in what we're trying to do, and I think we can commission a piece of work to do that across all of the sites and identify potential areas where we could put in those extra facilities. Working with Rob's team, estates, etc., and the equalities team, I've done a similar piece of work in England around access across sites, so I'm more than happy to lead on that.
Thank you, Dr. Val. Okay, Sue, you want to come in? Sue G.
Thanks, Chair. So, Sue Green dwi, cyfarwyddwr gweithredol a datblygiad sefydliadol. I'm the Executive Director of Workforce and OD. Just in answer to Jackie's question around hoists. So this is something that that Angela's team and my team from a health and safety point of view have identified, because it links in with our patient handling training requirements. It is something also that's been picked up by the equality group in terms of how do we ensure that when we have members of families using facilities, that we ensure that they are correctly trained, or there are instructions available. So that is something that's been picked up by the respective teams. Thank you.
Yeah, Sue, thank you. Thanks for introducing yourself in Welsh. Thank you. Right, Matt, have we can we thank Sue on behalf of the whole board, as we would normally do in these circumstances, please?
Of course we can, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks for bringing the story to us today. Okay, I'm going to move us on, if I may. The next item is the report from myself. There's just 2 quick things I want to mention. Of course, since the last meeting, Jill has now become interim CEO, and Nick has stepped up as acting deputy CEO. So we ought to record those moves in terms of leadership of the organisation and following the departure of Joe. That's all I want to say at this point. We then have Jill, your report as acting chief executive.
Bore da, Jill Harris dwi, Prif Weithredwr dros dro. Hello, my name is Jill Harris. I am the interim chief executive of Betsy, and pleased to introduce my chief executive report. Mark, I do not intend to go through it in any great detail. I do want to pick up a couple of very pertinent things, if I may, and just update on those. But I also want to thank the team for the work that they, Angela and Matthew and the team, that are preparing for the duty of candour and the work that we are doing to ensure that we are compliant with that when it's introduced in April of next year. There's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and I know that there is great progress being made to ensure that we are compliant against that. The 2 things I do want to particularly pull out, Mark, are the support to asylum seekers. Our staff are doing a huge amount of work for the new asylum seekers that have taken up residence in North Wales. We are working across with local authority colleagues to ensure that we are giving them appropriate healthcare support and screening and ensuring that they do have access to services. That is ongoing. If I may, Mark, I am just going to ask Teresa to update on that, because I understand she was in a meeting earlier this week regarding that, and we are working really closely with Welsh Government on that. So if I may.
Of course, yeah. Teresa?
Diolch Jill a diolch Cadeirydd. Swn i'n hoffi deud diolch anferthol i'r tîm o fewn y Bwr' Iechyd. Mae'r gwaith ar y ffoaduriaid wedi bod yn mynd ymlaen ers cryn amser erbyn hyn, ond o ran y gwaith y ceiswyr lloches, ac wrth gwrs mae'n adroddiadau wedi bod yn y papurau lleol yn ddiweddar, swn i'n hoffi deud diolch yn arbennig i Alison Cawl o tîm y plant a Dr McGuigan sydd wedi bod yn arwain o ran gofal cychwynnol. Mae'r gwaith wedi bod yn wych. Tro cyntaf athon ni i wybod am yr ceiswyr lloches daeth i'r Dyffryn Conwy oedd ar y 7fed o'r mis yma, ac ers hynny mi fuon ni'n paratoi a da ni wedi bod yn cynnig sgrinio a rhoi gofal i'r dynion sydd yn Olgarog. Mae'r tîm wedi bod yn aml ddisgyblyedig hefo meddyg teulu'n yn helpu ni, y tîm TTP yn neud y gwaith sgrinio a profi, a'r tîm yn rhoi gofal yn ei gyfanrwydd iechyd meddwl a iechyd corfforol. Felly swn i'n hoffi ddeud diolch yn fawr i'r tîm. Swn i hefyd yn hoffi adach chi wybod bod ni yn gweithio'n dactegol hefo'n partneriaid ar draws Gogledd Cymru. Mae'r TCG wedi bod yn cwrdd, a da ni mewn cysylltiad hefo iechyd cyhoeddus Cymru oherwydd nid dim ond yng Ngogledd Cymru mae hyn yn digwydd. Mae hyn wedi bod yn digwydd ar draws Prydain Mowr. Ac wrth gwrs, rhywbeth sgynnon ni'n rheolaeth arno fo ar hyn o bryd ydy hwn, wrth i'r swyddfa gartra rhoi'r dynion mewn ffordd yn Dyffryn Conwy. Ond dwi'n meddwl bod pawb wedi bod yn gweithio gyda'i gilydd yn ofalus iawn. A dwi hefyd eisiau diolch i'r LRF, y fforwm gwydnwch lleol, yr Local Resilience Forum, oherwydd mae cefnogaeth nhw wedi bod o help anferthol wedyn. Diolch i bawb, mae'r gwaith yn mynd ymlaen. Ond dwi'n meddwl mae dyma fydd yr unig achos dwi yn teimlo wrach bydd hwn yn rhywbeth da ni angen gwylio amdano fo yn y dyfodol, a mi wnawn ni wrth gwrs dysgu o'r gwaith da ni wedi wneud. Diolch Jill, diolch Cadeirydd.
Teresa, how well are our local services coping with the extra demand?
Mi fedrai siarad o ran yn gwasanaethau ni o fewn gig fel petai. Mae yna cryn nifer o ddynion wedi dod a pobl ifanc, ac un o'r rhesymau ddaethon ni'n ymwybodol o'r dynion yn cyrraedd oedd mi ddaeth na dyn ifanc i'n gofal ni o fewn y Bwr' Iechyd ac angen rhywfaint o gefnogaeth. Dwi yn teimlo fod y tîm wedi gweithredu'n arbennig o dda, ond mae hwn yn rhoi pwysau ar yn gwasanaethau ni. Mae'r tîmau wedi gorfod newid be maen nhw'n ei wneud. Dwi yn teimlo o ran y gwaith yn y TCG, mae'r sgyrsiau wedi bod yn bartneriaethol, ac i fi mae yna sgwrs ehangach na'r gwasanaeth iechyd wrth gwrs, yr ochr diwylliannol ac ati, ond fedrai ond camol pawb sydd bod yn rhan o'r gwaith. A mae o wedi mynd ar draws y Bwr' Iechyd, da ni wedi cael cymorth gen y tîm IPC, yr Infection Prevention Control. Mae'r Crew Security wrth gwrs wedi bod yn helpu ni ac yn rhoi cyngor iddyn ni. Haid mi ddeud gwaith ar draws y Bwr' Iechyd, ond un achos di hwn, a dwi yn bryderus wyrach fyna fwy, ac wrth gwrs mi fydd hynna'n rhoi pwysau dwi yn teimlo ar y gwasanaethau ymarferol a'r criw canolog yr IHC yn y canol sydd wedi bod wrthi fan hyn. Ac wrth gwrs mae'r tîmau'n dal i helpu'r ffoaduriaid sgynnon ni ar draws Gogledd Cymru. Wedyn, dwi yn teimlo fydd rhaid ni baratoi ar gyfer y dyfodol yn well, ond da ni yn dysgu, a mi fydd yna debrief ar ôl y cyfnod gwaith ymarferol yn Dyffryn Conwy.
Da iawn, diolch Teresa. Thank you. Jill.
Thank you, and I'd like to echo Teresa's thanks, and also just reflect back, Mark, that we've had some really positive feedback from those refugees as well, so those asylum seekers. So it's really, just want to echo those thanks. The other point I wanted to bring to the attention of the board, although it is very, very it is very public that the risk around the potential industrial action. You'll be aware that the RCN have already voted and the results of that have been shared. But we are putting plans into place, and the team are working to see what mitigations we can put in place should this industrial action go forward. And again, Mark, this is a very live situation, so I would ask Sue Green, who is leading on this for us, and Angela, I'm sure, may wish to add on what mitigation is going in place to ensure that our patients and our staff are supported during what is going to be a very difficult time.
Thanks, Jill. Sue?
Okay, thanks, Jill. So as the update confirms, we're working very closely with both our Welsh Government colleagues around the Industrial Action Planning Cell, which we have representation on from the workforce directors across Wales, which I chair, as well as nurse directors and chief operating officers, etc. So working very closely with colleagues at Welsh Government. We have established our own industrial action planning cell, supported really well by our business continuity lead. We are working to the guidance that has been agreed at a national level, together with information that we've kept from previous action that the Health Board has managed. So working through the plans to make sure that we have those mitigating actions in place. We are working closely with trade union partners, and I've had some helpful conversations over the last couple of days, both at local level and linking into the national discussions. Clearly, this is a national dispute, and it is really important that we respect colleagues' rights to take action. Equally, we support those who choose not to take action when their trade union has a mandate to do so. RCN colleagues at a national UK and or Wales level have indicated the intention to take a level of action in December, likely to be before Christmas. So at this point, we are waiting to see the outcome of the ballot that Unison are currently holding. Closing date for that is tomorrow. We're likely to receive the results of that early next week. I think that will then indicate whether there will be a coordinated level of action. The legislation does require, when multiple unions are taking action in respect of the same dispute, that they try and coordinate that activity. So I think we will know more over the next week in relation to whether that's going to be a coordinated action between RCN and Unison, of course, if Unison get the mandate for strike action. So we'll continue to work through the plans. We get 14 days notice. We're required to get 14 days notice under the legislation. Clearly, we're using our networks as well to get any soft intelligence to help with that planning. We're confident that the plans will be in place. We have managed industrial action previously as an organisation, and of course, through COVID, we developed a number of different methods to ensure record keeping as well as safe deployment of staff. So clearly, we've got some of those systems in place. We'll keep colleagues on the board up to date as the ballots close, and as we get further information in terms of when the action is likely to take place. Happy to take any questions, and I'm sure Angela will link in. At the moment, clearly this is focused very much on nursing because it's RCN, but if Unison do get a mandate, that will impact on nursing as well, but it'll also impact on broader groups of staff. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sue. That's very clear. Angela, anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mark. Just to say, from a practical level, the integrated health communities are working with the teams and with the RCN to identify what we're going to do and how we're going to support if industrial action happens. We are working with the plans we had during COVID to identify non-clinical staff currently who are still registrants who could go back out onto the wards, and working with teams to look at admin and clerical support in the clinical areas should we need that. We're very coordinated in it and working very close with the workforce team and Sue.
Thanks very much. Question any questions on that piece in terms of the industrial action, John?
Diolch yn fawr. John Cunliffe, dwi aelod annibynnol Ebeth. I'm John Cunliffe, an independent member. Just a question around the social care provision in the report. I just wanted to get clarification, Jill, are we saying we will have to be registered and regulated by CIW because we can't discharge patients to social care? Or is it that we're looking to provide such capacity ourselves to address patient care and patient flow issues we have?
It's the latter, John. It's because some of the services that we're looking to provide in provision in future, they don't fall within inside our scope. So we are exploring the CIW registration. So it's the latter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jill, anything else you want to highlight from your report?
The only thing I would highlight, Mark, and I know it's there, is the awards ceremony that we had in Llandudno and the national awards. I don't think we celebrate often enough the work that is undertaken by our staff day to day and the extraordinary achievements they are making on behalf of our patients and their colleagues. So I just wanted to call that out, Mark.
I was going to highlight the same thing, so thanks for doing that. Helen, can I just ask you, I have done it separately already, but can you please convey my thanks? I'm sure it's the same applies to Jill for all the work that your team put into, particularly our local awards. I'm conscious of the fact too that the person who was due to decorate all the tables in the room failed to turn up at the last minute, so Katie and team were running around trying to do that as well, which cannot have been easy. But I certainly got the impression that lots of people there enjoyed themselves, and I certainly enjoyed seeing people together and happy to receive the awards they did. So could you pass that on, Helen, please? Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Mark.
Yeah. Linda.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. A dwi hefyd yn ategu llongyfarchiadau i bawb ynglyn â'r gwobrau. Ga i just tynnu sylw i un peth yn y droddiad, Jill, a croesawu o'n fawr iawn, sef bod edrych ar yr MIUs yn mynd i fod yn blaenoriaeth i'r Bwrdd Iechyd dros y misoedd nesaf. Mae wedi bod yn destun pryder i fi yn rhannol o lle dwi'n byw yn De Wynedd, bod y mynediad i'r MIU yn lleol yn un pell iawn. Hynny yw, mae o'n bell iawn i bobl cyrraedd y ganolfan. A gai dim ond sôn bod fi yn croesawu hyn, a fi byddai'n edrych ymlaen clywed mwy am y modd mae'r Bwrdd Iechyd yn mynd i edrych ar yr heriau mawr, a dwi'n cytuno bod nhw'n heriau, i staffio ac i gynnig gwasanaethau allweddol yma i bobl yn ei gymunedau. Ond diolch yn fawr.
Mark, if I may respond to Linda.
You may, and then I'm going to move us on.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a request, Linda, that we can take outside. I think your support in some of the principles that we're trying to adopt, particularly for those more rural communities, it would be good to have a conversation outside about how you could become involved, if that's okay.
Hapus iawn i wneud. Diolch.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, I'm going to move us on then. So we're on to item Nesta Die, which is strategy and planning, which is the first item is the transformation of informatics into digital data and technology. That's a mouthful. Diane is not here, but Chris, I think you're kindly fielding this item for him.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am. Bore Chris Stockport Dwi, cyfarwyddwr gweithredol trawsnewid ac cynllunio. Morning, I'm Chris Stockport, the Executive Director for Transformation and Planning. Colleagues will be aware that since Dolan, our Chief Digital and Information Officer, joined us, he has been undertaking quite a lot of discovery work. We discussed some of this at a recent board workshop, and this report in front of you today formally brings that discovery work to a conclusion. The fact that I'm presenting this for Dolan today, who is away, means that I don't need to worry about sparing his blushes. I think that he and his team have done a fantastic job in pulling all of this together. I don't think any of us would doubt the argument for further investment in digital data and technology against any benchmark, and there are a number of benchmarks in the report. The organisation has underinvested in digital services for many years. COVID-19 has reminded us just how important digital capability and maturity is, and the recent national cyber attacks have reminded us just how important digital resilience is. So it's worth pointing out that we've got something in the order of 380 clinical and business systems. Some of those are approaching obsolescence, and I think a large number of them have a lot more potential to contribute in terms of how they can help us to improve our patient care. The paper includes some recommendations for us moving forwards. As you would anticipate from what I've just said about benchmarking, there will be a significant revenue cost associated. It's in the order of £1.7 million recurrently. I want to be really clear in stating that in order to progress, we'll need to find that resource through disinvesting elsewhere. As with all of our other resource demands in the coming IMTP year, the request would need to be subjected to a prioritisation assessment. So on that basis, the request in front of you today is that the board acknowledges the work of Dylan and his team and supports that we put this case forward for that IMTP prioritisation and consideration. I think I'll stop there, Chair, but I'm happy to pick up any questions that aren't too technical.
No, that's really helpful. Thanks for that introduction, Chris. John, I'm going to come to you first, and good you put your hand up because you are our IG lead. So John, to you first, please.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks, Chris. A lot of this is familiar because I've spent a lot of time discussing it with Dylan, and wholeheartedly support what he's produced. From a professional point of view, from a digital and technology point of view, I think it's a very sound paper. Clearly states that the route through to fill the gaps that are there, and I would hope would start to address the sort of lack of investment that's been in this area over 20 years. I've got a number of questions which I can fire off to you, Chris, but I suspect it might be Dylan that needs to come back to us on. But I think I would wholeheartedly support this in terms of trying to prioritise this through the IMTP process, because ultimately this is a fundamental mechanism by which we get the transformation in the organisation and achieve better care for patients, better efficiency and performance as an organisation. Without it, we are still relying on pieces of paper floating around, lack of information to be able to make decisions. So I really strongly support it, but realise that there's a certain bias given that's my lead role as well. But I have a career of seeing how the right investment in this area will make a difference to an organisation. In terms of quick questions, there's reference in the paper in terms of the move that there is between capital to revenue funding, partly driven by the change in the need to refresh systems on a more frequent basis because you can't rely on sweating the assets in the same way. But I'm not sure what the consequential change in terms of capital and revenue funding will be. So maybe that's something that Dylan can come back to us on. The second one, that lack of spending over the 20 years and our inability to meet that general benchmark spend of a service organisation must have had an impact on patients. Can we try and put something around what that harm has been done through that lack of investment? And I think a previous medical director has referenced this in terms of presentations to us as a board. So it's not as if we haven't been informed of that, but it is something it would be helpful, I think, to try and quantify, and it helps the prioritisation. And I think there's another element that comes out in Dullan's assessment over the last few months, which is the way work gets generated and that people get diverted from what should be priorities for the organisation. And we've talked about it in the past, and I thought we had agreement is to get clear sign off in business cases that the digital data and the technology elements have been considered and signed off before business cases go forward. And I think we need to formalize that element in terms of how we develop things within the organization, so that it doesn't come out from left field that suddenly there's this additional expense or this system that suddenly doesn't fit within the architecture that we've got, and causes more rework and challenge in terms of trying to deliver systems. So back in my mind, I'm thinking, can we have something like the EQIA mechanism attached to business cases to just prove and give us that assurance that that assessment has been done?
Chris, anything you want to say by way of response?
Very briefly, I'm not the person to answer the capital to revenue question, but I will flag it with Dullan, and we'll come back to you if that's okay, John. In terms of the harms from not investing in the past, I've seen the initial benefits realisation plan that is attached to this. There are benefits in terms of invest to save financial benefits. There are benefits in terms of workforce, and there are benefits being expressed in terms of the improvement in clinical care as a consequence to investment. So I would expect they all come out as part of that process, as they should do. In terms of the business cases, we have revised the business case process to better draw out those codependencies to allow us to challenge. I don't know that we've specifically identified digital within that, though. So I think there is an opportunity for us to just put an explicit line against that. So I'll go away with the team and look at that.
Thanks, Chris. I think there was recent examples of a business case in terms of redevelopment of a facility where there hadn't been, it didn't look like big consideration of the devices on desks, the networking and everything else, and it just there's an extra cost there in terms of what we do. One final question thought was that I can pick up with Dullan, but there's a number of new roles in here which in general for me are essential to be able to move forward because they build the capacity and the capability. But one to debate maybe is the product management area as to whether that should be embedded within the business rather than within DDAT as a function. But the need for it, I'm not questioning. It's just it's something. How is that going to be deployed to be able to get best effect within the organisation?
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Chris. Linda.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. Wel, eto, dim ond i ategu, sgwsodwch chi, dim ond i ategu fod y pwyllgor dwi'n cadeirio, sef pwyllgor partneriaethau pobl a iechyd poblogaeth wedi cael y cyfle o drafod yr adroddiad yn ddiweddar. Roedd y pwyllgor yn unfrydol, dwi'n meddwl, yn croesawu yr adroddiad, oedden ni'n teimlo bod o'n yn rhoi dipyn o wybodaeth i ni ar lefel oedden ni'n deall, a mae hwnna'n bwysig, ond tu hwnt i hynny, oedd o'n ddangos weledigaeth ar gyfer trawsnewid yr holl systema sgenna ni sydd yn cefnogi ein gwasanaethau, ac o'n i'n croesawu hynny fawr iawn. Un peth dwi'n meddwl oedd wedi codi fel her, a mae o'n her sylweddol, ydy ni'n gallu denu ar fath o bobl gyda'r sgiliau arbennig, enwedig y sgiliau ar ran creu y systemau gymleth yma, oherwydd mae'r bobl yma'n bryn, a hefyd mae bobl yma'n gallu ennill cyflogau mawr yn y sector preifat. Felly wnaethon ni nodi hwnna'n risg i ni ar ran gallu weithredu yr strategaeth, ac mae hyn yn rhywbeth dwi'n meddwl bydd rhaid i ni trafod ymhellach yn y pwyllgor ac yn y bwrdd, wrth gwrs, i weld sut fath o cyd-destun da ni'n gallu treu sydd yn mynd i denu ar bobl iawn at y swyddi yma. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Linda. Richard. Richard.
Bore da, diolch Mark. Richard Micklewright, dwi aelod annibynnol, dwi efo arbenigiaeth mewn cyllid. Morning all, I'm Richard Micklewright, I'm an independent member with a specialism in finance. I have to say I like this report very much. It's an extremely well crafted, well constructed, well argued, and it comes across as an extremely professional product. And it's a pity Dylan isn't here to receive the compliments firsthand, but I hope you'll pass them on, Chris. I think the issue that one of the issues that we need to talk about is obviously the cost of this. I don't doubt in any way that it would represent some very significant improvements in what we provide for the community, and would be a very, very helpful series of steps forward. But there is an eye-watering price tag on it, over £53 million over the course of the next 3 years, and clearly we are dependent in some respects on funding from other sources, but some of it we have to generate ourselves. And I don't want this comment to be seen as whether or not we do any of this, but it's more how we do it and how we get ourselves to the point where we can do it. I'm glad that this is going to be coming forward as part of the IMT discussions. I hope that there will be a degree of robustness in the IMTP as to what we're going to do to allow us to have this sort of level of funding to be able to apply to this, because I think that it would be critical going forward. The couple of areas specifically I'd like to ask though is that apart from the schedule of various IT projects that are included, there's a reference to £1.6 million being needed to effectively restructure the IT facilities that we've got and provide the necessary expertise to do that. The recommendation is a little ambiguous. I'm a bit unclear whether it is saying that you want to start work doing that now or await the IMTP process concluding. My concern about starting straight away, if that is the plan, is that if we decide that we're not necessarily going to do all of the projects that are itemized, it would have an impact on the size and shape of the IT service we have, and there would be probably some wisdom in revisiting the structure and hence the 1.6 million price tag. The other question is there's also reference to bringing in some external consultancy during the current financial year, and it costs that at up to £350,000. I just wonder, Chris, if you could set out where we are with that consultancy and how that is to be funded if it is to go ahead in the current year.
Okay, thank you, Richard. So to answer the question in terms of the request today, to be absolutely clear, it is that the board supports the case going forward for IMTP consideration. And much of what you said initially will be the subject of discussion at forthcoming board workshops, and we'll be using this case as part of that discussion to help us with what are going to be very difficult decisions to be made for the IMTP going forward, because for all of the reasons that you've laid out. So if it's acceptable to you, I'll save that conversation for the workshop when we can go into it with a little bit more detail. In terms of the work being proposed this year, I will confirm with Dylan, but my understanding is that work is progressing and has been partly funded externally by DHCW. And it is in terms of helping us to understand our maturity of the organisation, rather than it being the first, rather than the following work being dependent upon it. So there are two separate pieces of work, but the work in year is in terms of providing greater detail upon which then to build. I'm not sure that I have explained that very well, but I want to go and double check with Dolan in terms of where the work is up to, and we'll explain it then outside of the meeting again in clearer terms, if that's okay.
That's great. Thanks for that. Thank you, Mark.
Thanks both. So Hugh, then John, and then I'm going to sum up this item and we're going to move on. Hugh.
Thank you, Chair. Hugh Evans, Aelod Annibynnol. Thanks, Chris, for this. You said at the beginning that there'll be a prioritisation process. So we can all agree with the principle. It's a good report and we understand the intentions. But in terms of consistency with the IMTP, are we assured that other work is happening in other places where the conversation around prioritisation will be taking place? There's an awful lot of work gone into this and it's pretty detailed and it's very clear. But then should we be expecting a similar level of work in other aspects where the prioritisation process takes place? And if so, when is that going to happen?
Thank you, Hugh. So prioritisation for proposals for the IMTP in the next financial year that process is currently underway. We prioritise against a number of different metrics, but it is built broadly upon benefits realisation process, and my view is that the benefit realisation in this paper is likely to be a very compelling one and will stack well against many of the other proposals being put forward. But that's not to preempt where I think we'll be when that process is completed. But all schemes going forward for consideration have got to put forward this year that clear benefit realisation proposal against which we can then compare what will effectively be apples and pears, and we have to find a way of being able to compare that going forward. So that process is underway as we speak, and we will be bringing more of that detail into the IMTP discussion in board workshop next month, and hopefully that will then give you a little bit more of the granular detail.
Thanks, both. Okay, Jill, did you want to come in at that point?
If I may, Mark, and just to add to what Chris has described, which is very comprehensive, just to support the fact that check and challenge is absolutely going into the IMTP, both with the local teams, but also using specialists, for example, our cancer teams and others, to ensure that we get that prioritisation, that we do get that return on investment, and that we are confident that we're getting the best value for our patients and for our staff. And adding to that, that is very much as Chris has described, we know we're going to have some wicked choices to make moving forward. So we know we have to do that piece of work in order to inform the board to make those decisions wisely. So I just want to thank Chris and his team for the work they've done thus far to put that robust check and challenge in, but ensuring that it is enhancing, not impacting the quality of our services.
Okay, thank you, Jill, and I'll come back to some of that which you just said when I conclude. John.
Excuse me, thanks, Mark. I'm just going to pick up a couple of things. Chris touched on the maturity model, which is part of the consultant work, but I know Dullen has got agreement with DHCW in terms of funding that. But that will actually give us a clear benchmark and understand where the gaps are between ourselves and what is a reasonable level of operation from a digital point of view. And I think that's a really valuable exercise, is the HIMSS maturity assessment. The other question I would have is that as we go through the prioritisation process for IMTP, we need to understand what the consequences are of not making this investment, because personally I think that's going to have a major impact in terms of the success of the organisation going forward if we don't make the right investment. So we need to understand the consequences if we don't. I realise there's going to be difficult choices in all of this because we've got a fixed envelope of finances to be able to manage within, but it's this to me is a key enabler.
Thanks, John. So I'll start with that point first. So I think this piece of work is long overdue. The board have known for some time, and as reported by the exec team and senior management colleagues, as well as those on the front line, that we've got some significant deficits around digital in the organisation, which I think this paper moves towards unpicking. In terms of relative prioritisation, then I would expect to see this to be a priority. However, the scale of which that priority can be funded moving forward may be the challenge here. Jill and I were with the other chairs and chief executives with the ministerial team yesterday. There was a suggestion that we could be facing a real terms cut next year in terms of funding for the organisation. So that will make the challenge in terms of competing priorities and funding them even more difficult for us, as well as the other health boards. And no doubt we'll get the funding settlement as we move into December. Yeah, I think, Chris, you, I and Linda are clear about what we're seeking to achieve at the workshop on the 15th now around the plan. And it's for you and the executive team, isn't it, in the first instance, to confirm the priorities as you see them, and also the funding for said priorities before we come together on the 15th. And whatever you can do to help with that before we get there would be beneficial, of course. But we've still got through to March to complete the plan, so we've still got plenty of time. My only other query, Chris, around this paper is it sort of describes one option only, and that is £1.6 million for 30 additional staff to support and put in place the capability required to move this assessment and digital strategy forward. I suspect you and Jill will be asking for options around that from Dalan, because we may not be able to do the full option that Dalan is referring to, subject to how funding looks and subject to how competing priorities look too. So it's something for me, Chris, around Dalan, we need some options here too. Help us get to a place whereby we can move forward, which may actually not amount to your full ask in terms of the funding requirement. Does that make sense, Chris?
It does make sense. Those conversations are already underway, and I know that Dalan is putting forward some alternatives from the conversation I have had with him. I think there's some really good thinking gone into the £1.7 million ask, but nonetheless, he is preparing some alternative scenarios.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we'll pick this up again on the 15th, the workshop. Thanks, Chris, for presenting that item, and I'm going to move us now on to the quality, safety and significant reporting matters, and the first is unscheduled care. Phil, is that you?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and Borit da Philowyn dwi, Kuvar Withor, Kuvlauni, Runbatol dwi. Good morning, I'm Philowyn and I'm the Interim Regional Delivery Director. This report is here for assurance, and I won't go through all of the detail in it, but needless to say, there's been a significant focus in relation to the 6 goals programme, particularly in relation to goal 2 and looking at how we develop our UPCs and UTCs, with our first UTC going live on the Wrexham site in a week's time. The Appendix 1 basically describes our improvement trajectories, which were a requirement in relation to our discussions with NHS Wales and Welsh Government, consistent with other health boards. And I think it's fair to say that they are important to us and aspirational, but in terms of the current challenges and the change programme that we have in place and the 6 goals are incredibly challenging, and it will come as no surprise but a huge disappointment to the teams that we are not where any of us would basically want to be against delivery. We are currently preparing for a summit in terms of ambulance handovers, and that summit was notified a couple of days ago and will take place on Monday of next week, and we are currently preparing for that in the context of supporting a move to 0 over 4-hour waits for ambulance waits, which again will be a significant challenge, but one that the teams are very keen to basically rise to. So very challenging period, disappointing in the context of the output in terms against our delivery trajectories, but keen to stress a lot of very positive work going on in relation to the realisation of the emergency floor context, developments in the east around the red bags in nursing homes, improvements in terms of home first. And whilst our medically fit for discharge numbers remain reasonably high and a significant problem, we are beginning to see some traction in the context of a reduction from the numbers that we previously reported at the last meeting. So the report is provided with partial assurance. We've also had a detailed conversation at the Performance and Information Group Committee of the board, and very happy to take any questions in relation to the detailed content of the report or any other associated issues. Diolch.
Diolch, Phil. Questions? Lucy.
Diolch. Lucy Reid dwi, is Gadaraeth dwi. Lucy Reid, Vice Chair for the Health Board. Thank you for that update, Phil. I've just got a couple of questions. Firstly, on page 4, there's reference to the admission rates from emergency departments remaining constant at 26% combined. So firstly, how does that compare, generally speaking? Is that, you know, how's that compare with other health boards? And secondly, on that same point, are we kind of equal across the 3 sites there? And then my other question was then relating to the reference to the UPCCs and UTCs being used as a step-down model to support the emergency departments. Now, that may just be language, but I was a bit concerned about it being seen as a step-down model, as opposed to being part of the unscheduled care pathway. Diolch.
Bill, do you want to come back?
Sure. In relation to the 26% admission rate, it's probably middle of the pack in the context of Wales. There is a differential between the sites, but that differential tends to shift. So there's no consistent pattern, but it is an average across all 3 sites. The paper talks about the differentiation between the categories of attendance in the context of emergency care departments, with the categories 4 and 5 being those minor illness, minor injuries that we would seek to basically see in an urgent primary care setting or in an urgent treatment centre setting to decompress ED and allow ED to see majors patients. So I think in response to your question, Lucy, it is a matter of language that we'll pick up. It's not stepping down, it's basically a more appropriate setting for those patients to be seen whilst allowing the emergency departments to focus on the majors patients. So I hope that clarifies that point. Diolch.
Thanks both. Nick, did you want to come in on that point?
Diolch, Chair. Nick Lyons, dwi pre-brief weithredwr dros drodwi I Chief Achwydr Gweithredol Medigol dwi, and Nick Lyons, Acting Deputy Chief Executive and Executive Medical Director. It was really just to highlight as well, supporting everything that Phil has said, that this is not just an operationally owned plan, but this is very much a clinically owned plan. And I think we've seen over the last few weeks and months, thanks to Phil Gaynors and other people's leadership, that this is now much more front and centre of the clinical team's minds, not just the doctors, but the combined clinicians as a whole. I think the conversion rate, the admission rate, Lucy, also reflects how busy our departments are. And although we are middle of the pack, as Phil says, when those departments become very busy, inevitably the conversion rate, the admission rate into the hospital tends to increase. So that's something we're working very closely with the clinical teams to minimise. But happy to answer any specific questions on the clinical aspects of this. Diolch.
Thanks, Nick. Cheryl.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you, Phil, for the report. A couple of questions, please. My first one, on page 6, we talk about the compliance process, the handover requested from WAST. We're looking at, are they the combined hours between WAST and BCU? When will we have the results of this, please? Because there's some extremely concerning, I know the default position with WAST currently is still when patients ring 999, it's get yourself in. And last night I had a report of patient that was left, phoned WAST and was left 13 hours in a woodland overnight with a fractured femur. So it's still really bad out there. So that's my first question, please. Thank you.
Phil? You're on mute, Phil.
Mute.
Sorry, my apologies, Cheryl, Chair. My understanding is the end of the first week of December.
That's great news. Thank you. And you'll share that as soon as possible, I hope. That's great. My second question is to Sue Green, workforce, page 7, under the heading workforce, it says recruitment campaign for BCU unscheduled care is complete. So are we now at 100% of filled posts there, please, Sue?
Okay, thanks, Cheryl. So that is referring to the business case that was approved by the board last year. So we are complete against, or nearly complete against that recruitment plan. As I reported through our cabinet a couple of weeks ago, we do still have gaps in our emergency departments through turnover, normal turnover, that are being addressed, and we're supporting the team to make sure that we can fill those gaps as appropriate. But I think this is referring to the additional investment that was approved last year.
Thanks. And do we know why this particular branch of recruitment's been successful, whereas we're struggling so badly in all other aspects of recruitment, please?
So I think, as I said in the cabinet report, I don't necessarily believe that we're struggling in every other aspect. This has been successful in part because there's been a coordinated and multidisciplinary approach, because we're able to articulate and then demonstrate what we're articulating in terms of the plans moving forward, in terms of the modern model of delivery. As I've said before, that is part of the challenge in terms of recruitment. Clearly, there are national shortages in terms of a number of roles, but one of our issues, and we've identified this quite significantly, is being able to describe that modern model of delivery of service, that people will be coming to a team that is committed to continuing that model, as well as, to some extent, timing of people coming through the system. There are a number of lessons that have been learned from this recruitment, these recruitment campaigns, those that we've supported with our CAMS colleagues, those that we're supporting with our mental health colleagues, and clearly we're learning every day in terms of what works and what doesn't for different groups of staff.
Thanks very much for that. Well, I suggest then that we replicate this model of recruitment, because as we all know, the continuing theme through every single report, isn't it? Shortage of staff, unable to recruit and fill. And if we found something that works, then, you know, in terms of recruitment, absolutely have to replicate that. So thanks for that. So my third question, I think, is to Nick. Is either Phil or Nick, if that's okay. On page 13, we talk about the risk regarding review of contract for the trauma network with Stoke, and that's obviously a huge risk for us. Where are we with this, and have we got a plan B, please? Thank you.
Nick?
Thank you, Chair. I can't advise you on the specifics of the contract negotiation, but I can advise as a result of other meetings with Stoke that they are very keen to retain the relationship and indeed strengthen the relationship. So happy to take outside as an action, Chair, to update if helpful around the specific discussions with NHSE, but certainly culturally and clinically, it's very much a green light to continue the relationship.
Oh, that's great news, Nick. Thank you, because it's a huge worry. We have an awful lot of our, traumas go there. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks both. Right, John G.
Yeah, thanks, Phil, for the report. A couple of specifics I just want to pick up on. One is in relation to the red bag scheme, and I note that it's due to roll out in November in the East. Not too sure whether that has actually happened or not. But more specifically, it seems to be just focusing in on patients who would be arriving in ED via care homes. I just wonder what consideration we're actually giving to unpaid carers, who quite often are the people who are actually supporting people at home, and probably there are far more people arriving in ED from home-based settings rather than care homes, to ensure that something like the red bag scheme is available. For a number of years, there have been schemes, I think it was called the orange bag, for children with particular special needs, as to why we can't actually always be thinking around, well, what role do the carers play? Because crucially as well is once somebody arrives in ED from a home-based setting, their own home or a relative's home, we then need to ensure that the carers are fully on board in order to be able to exit the pathway, hopefully as quickly as possible, back into their own home setting. So it's a plea really just to ensure that every time that we're looking at some of these schemes, and it does apply on a number of points within the report, it doesn't appear that we're actually thinking about what role can carers play in the support for the patients and support for the clinical element going back home. Thank you.
Bill?
Yeah, thanks, John. My understanding is that the scheme has rolled out at this point in time this month. I would say that having spoken to the community teams who are driving this, starting with care homes is just that, it's a starting point. I think it's a fair challenge that we don't necessarily in all cases think of carers as much as we necessarily should with some things, but I can certainly have that specific conversation with the IHC leads for this initiative and come back to you if that's helpful.
Okay, thanks, Phil.
Thanks, Phil. Jackie.
Thank you. It's just a question on the back of the recruitment comments. I think it's excellent that we've managed to recruit and are recruiting to these posts. I'm just wondering whether we've actually considered the impact on the diagnostics teams in terms of expediting flow and discharge. We often will need to expedite their imaging and their blood tests, and whether we've actually considered what this amount of additional staffing impact will have on them, because currently we still probably only have 2 or 3 radiographers, particularly out of hours, to undertake imaging, and I'm not sure how the path lab's staffed, but we may well need to consider additional staff for them as well.
Bill first, then Nick.
Thanks. I think it's a fair challenge, and I've had a conversation this morning with Jackie Chair about how we can better engage diagnostics. They are involved in the 6 Goals programme board, which is leading all of the work on this, but I take the points that Jackie's made on board, and I'll be meeting with Jackie and David Fletcher, the general manager for that area in Kakali, in the next 4 weeks, and perhaps we can pick it up there, and I'll put something in the future report on all these points.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Thanks, Jackie. Nick.
Thank you, Chair. To support what Phil has just said, but also, I suppose, Jackie, a lot of work going on, both to consider what the extra resources might be needed and the impact, but also some pathway work underway to consider whether all of those images, all of those tests need to be done out of hours, and indeed whether there's any potential to reduce some duplication of tests and diagnostics that are being done. So it's not just an increase in resources, it's potentially part of our financial obligations to look very carefully at what we're doing. And it's not an automatic increase. I think it's slightly more complicated than that. Yeah.
Thank you. Nick, Phil, a couple of questions from me then, if I may. So, having been across at YGC quite recently, I met with Gaynor and Paul and seeing some of the work they're doing, particularly around the metrics and the dashboard. What's your sense, Phil, about the other sites being willing to replicate what is now starting to emerge in YGC? And I personally, I think looks impressive.
Yeah, I think there's a real enthusiasm to basically emulate what works. I think in the context of the performance metrics, we agreed probably about 6 weeks ago now that all sites would use those metrics, and the dashboard for all 3 sites is now live. So operationally, they are using those metrics to begin to drive the business that's come out of the journey to excellence work on the gland fluid side. I think what we need to be very hawkish about is that through the 6 Goals Programme Board and through the reporting to PFIG and the board, that we actually keep track to make sure that we are sustaining these changes, but that they are being used throughout the whole of the health board to basically promote best practice and improve quality and performance. And I can certainly take that back into the report and make sure that the next health board report reflects that. But there is a desire to learn and take best practice from other sites.
Thank you. I've got a couple of other questions. Jill, did you want to come in before I carry on?
Yeah, just on that point, if I may. So in terms of the engagement of the other 2 sites in this work, I can say that there has been teams have visited the YGC site to see that the work that's being undertaken there and how it's being taken forward to take away that learning. So it is happening. It is a constant piece of discussion, as Phil has outlined. But it's really good that we're taking teams across, and that includes clinical teams, not just management teams, to see what the art of the possible is and how that can be spread across the wider health board. So I agree with Phil, there is an enthusiasm there, and it's a wider enthusiasm than just the management teams. This is about good clinical engagement, about how we can do things differently and learn from one another.
Okay, thank you. Phil, looking at the measures in the paper, YG seems to be going through a tough period because a number of the indicators are going in the wrong direction, be that 4-hour, 12-hour or length of stay. What's your take on what's going on at YG at the moment?
I think a particular issue in relation to flow through the back door medically fit for discharge, there are a disproportionate number of patients than we would have previously seen. Delay in terms of really reprofiling the urgent primary care centre to the timescale that the team wanted to do it, and moving away from the appointment only service to a walk-in and be seen service. And there have been a couple of occasions when, because we have or WAST have diverted, that it has caused some displacement of patients out of their local areas, which has compounded some of the delays. And within the reporting period, we had the holidays, which did basically increase the numbers going through, and we did have quite a high number of shifts on one of the particular weekly reporting periods where a number of agency staff didn't turn up for duty, and they were heavily reliant on agency staff over that period. So I think a whole whole range of those things have basically contributed, but looking forward, it is looking, I won't oversell it, but slightly better. And obviously we've got a real focus on that, and particularly Chris Suby as the clinical lead is looking at that.
Thank you. And then finally from me, at a corporate level, most of the indicators are being described as remaining constant. Yet you're describing a lot of activity in the reports and actions to seek to improve the challenges we face. So are they remaining constant because the actions aren't biting yet, or the actions are biting, but the other changes in demand are outweighing the actions? What's your view on why we're static at the moment?
I think it is both of those things, but also that we have not done some of the things that we intended to do sooner, and that is quite a disappointment. So, for example, the initial go live date for the urgent treatment centre on the Wrexham site that is anticipated to make significant difference in terms of 4-hour performance, and therefore across the indicators, etc., and reduce admission rates, is about 4 weeks behind. So it goes live within the next week. So I think some things that we believe would have fed through haven't fed through. Some things aren't biting yet. I think, as the report clearly says, we have a particular issue out of hours that we need to look at. So we do far better in hours, and then we lose it to a particular degree out of hours. And there's a lot of work that isn't reflected in the report, because one has to draw the line somewhere about site management and on-call rotas and so forth, to make sure we've got appropriate escalation and appropriate timely decision making. I think the other thing that I would say is that we are getting better at not bedding down in assessment areas within the emergency care floor, but on occasion it is still happening out of necessity, and that means that it does impact on flow and the overall performance, but we're working on that as well. So a long answer, but hopefully it's gives you some indication as to, you know, all aspects that we believe are impacting on the performance.
Okay, thank you. So we'll look to the next report, Phil, at the next meeting, and hopefully we'll start to see some certain impact on the main indicators as we move forward. So we will now move on to the planned care assurance report. Phil, if that's okay with you.
Thank you, Chair. So just a few highlights. We've got on the call, as we said we would have, the subject matter experts, Andrew Kent, in relation to elective improvement, Andy Oxby in relation to outpatient improvement, and also Nikki, the head of elective care. So I'm sure they'll assist with any questions. In terms of just the headlines, we talked at the last board about treat and turn in relation to reducing the long waiters. We've seen a 10% improvement in that between September and October. We've also seen an improvement in terms of PIFU, where the rate has doubled over the period detailed in the paper, from 2.4 to 5.7%, with some specialties, endocrinology and diabetology, doing particularly well at just over 32%. So we are beginning to gain some traction there. We've got progress on our elective care strategy, which will be issued at the end of next month, which will give us a kind of view towards the treatment centres and the interim period. And we've also got a massive opportunity around ophthalmology and the GIRF report work that Andrew's leading on. And also we are making progress in conjunction with Chris's team on the business case around Abigail Glandidno in relation to the bridging piece around elective orthopedics between now and having the regional treatment centres in place. So that's just a very high level summary. I don't know, Chair, if you want to invite the others to comment, or if you want to just take questions, but over to you.
Well, I'm happy for any of those who joined us for this particular item. I'll try and see if they're there, Phil. I can't see them on my screen. But if there are others with us on this topic, then I'm more than happy for them to chime in.
Bovadar, Chair, it's Andrew Kent here.
Morning, Andrew.
Good morning. Subject matter expert of plan care and supporting a number of plan care themes, as Phil said. And just to reiterate the conversation Phil's had with the board, the plan care element is composed, as the paper suggests, into 3 elements, which is restart, stabilisation, recovery, and then sustainability. In particular, around the sustainability element, I'll bring my other 2 colleagues in just to comment about the key pieces of work that are ongoing and the traction that we're gaining. The sustainability links into a major transformation programme of plan care, and links into possibly the RTC regional treatment centres, which will commence from 2027. But of course, that's just about the building. The transformation of plan care is about the now. It's about the reduction of recovery of the post-pandemic backlogs. And it's about introducing new ways of working and new systems, linking it into previous papers presented to board today, such as digital, which has a major impact on plan care in booking as an example, and the single pass systems for North Wales, which will allow patients a better choice across the areas. So part of that work is all that work around transformation is related to getting it right first time. It's about getting the patients in, doing high volume and low complex procedures as safely as we can, as quickly as can, to reduce the backlogs. And as Andy Oxby will quickly mention, our first focus was outpatients. And the major strategic reason of that is to reduce harm, because we know that there is a number of patients, thousands of patients, that have been waiting for an outpatient appointment. And some of those have never been seen face-to-face in primary care due to the pandemic. And it's important that those patients are seen so that then they can be progressed through the system. And we have a much more robust governance links once the patients enter diagnostics and enter waiting lists for their operations or further treatments. So they're just not sat on a waiting list waiting to see a secondary care clinician across the whole board. So part of that work is how we improve and reduce the outpatient numbers. And I'll just bring in Andy Oxby very quickly to inform the board of those latest numbers and where we'll think we'll hit against the ministerial target of December 31st. And then Nikki Folks will just talk very quickly about the insourcing, which is another significant piece of work that will support the population of North Wales. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you, Bodran. Good morning, everybody. Just for insight, we have put a 3-point plan in place and governance and procedures and dashboards in place to monitor our delivery of a reduction of our long waits. So far, from August to November, we've reduced our 52 waits by 31% and aim to achieve 52% reduction by December. For our 104-week waits, we've reduced it from August to November at 33% and aim to hit 66% by December. So a significant improvement in our longest waits. We're doing this by, say, a 3-point plan to reduce the waits and when the controls and mechanisms in place. With the treating turn, we've increased our treating turn, so more robust procedures have been put in place. We've improved that by 15, nearly 20% now on our treating turns to make sure we manage our patients in the correct order as well. So those two combined are an outcome from all the controls, measures and metrics we've put in place over the past 6 months. Andrew, back to you or anybody.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thanks, Andy. Nikki Fowkes, Adewey. So I'll just talk very briefly about what we're currently doing. So as Andrew has alluded to, we've put some robust mechanisms in place to ensure that we have rigour within the plan care governance process. Specifically about with regards to insourcing, we have put together additional capacity. That insourcing contract was due to come out of Alcatel with view to mobilisation on the 3rd and 4th of December. Unfortunately, we've had a delay due to an anomaly between the All Wales SFIs and the All Wales procurement guidelines. We have now come out of Alcatel and the contract is in the process of being awarded. So that would then take us to a mobilisation date of the 10th of January. However, what we are doing is beginning to have those conversations with the companies about what the art of the possible is within December, so we can begin to see some of those patients and improve the trajectory of what we have said. So I'll stop there. If there's any questions, Chair.
Thank you. There are some hands up. So Andrew, if you're happy, I'll go to the questions now.
Yes, thank you.
Right, John Cunliffe first.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Phil, earlier as well. A couple of questions from the paper. One, Phil touched on PIFU as a mechanism, patient-initiated follow-up, but I wasn't clear from the information there what impact it's had and where is it used at the moment. So that's one question. The second question is around the RTCs. Given that that's a key component to us reducing waiting times for people and has a big impact potentially on patient care, it feels like we're taking too long to get to the point of getting something up to speed. And I refer it back to, although the complexities are different, our ability to set up facilities quickly under COVID, such as the field hospitals, was very quick. And then it feels like we've fallen back into an old way of working a little bit, and it's taken a long time to get to that point. Is there anything we can do to speed up that process? I recognise we've had a disappointing gateway review, but it's just of concern is the length of time it's going to take us to get to that point.
Shall I take the PIFU one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please do.
So I have to take that one. Hi, John. So PIFU, the answer to the first question is where it's used. We've got diabetes, endocrinology, ENT, pediatrics, gastro, pain management, and dermatology. A mixture of usage. So rather than the patient being given a follow-up, it's a patient-initiated follow-up when the patient feels they need to come back. So far in diabetes endocrinology, we've got 32% of our patients, instead of having a follow-up, they're on a PIFU pathway. 11.2 ENT, 7.8 pediatrics, 6% gastro, 5.2 pain management, and 5% dermatology. So the impact of that, I haven't got the exact patient numbers, but I've got percentages, would be those patients do not require follow-up until they feel they need to have. So it's releasing capacity and follow-up that we can use for new or reduce the follow-up backlog. And that's the impact it's having.
Thanks,
is there anything we can say in terms of the actual size of the follow-up waiting list in terms of the impact there, rather than I recognise what it's doing, but it's we have potentially a large follow-up waiting list, don't we? And hopefully this is a mechanism that can help reduce that.
It is just going to. I can calculate that numbers and get back to the board at a later time of the impact of that, because although they are on a PIFU pathway, if they re-engage, obviously that's not a follow-up saved. It's just only those that don't re-engage. So we have to give it a 6-month period in some instances to record that as a saving and the impact of that saving, because up until that 6-month period, the patient can always re-engage with the organisation. So it can't be counted until that time is elapsed.
All right, thanks, Andrew, on that one.
No problem.
If I pick up on the RTCs, John, yes, it's disappointing that the construction on the current timelines would commence in 2025, and it's around a 40-month construction, so opening up in 2027. And the SOC was always predicated, the strategic outline case produced a board in May 21 was always based on an expedited process, so what we'd call the moving quickly through the governance process. However, since we've now moved out of the pandemic, the normal business process of Welsh Government, etc., has come back in. So that means we need to be doing a full OBC, outline business case, moving to an FBC. And equally, we've been recommended that we need to do a full public engagement, which we have been doing, but a full consultation as well. So those timelines have been added into the programme. However, As we've alluded to and Phil did in the report, we are undertaking work as an interim because we can't wait till 2027. So such as undertaking the business case for expansion of orthopaedics at Llandudno, as an example, is being produced in the next month. Beds coming online at Wrexham to support orthopaedic long waiters, plus the transformation work that we've been discussing. And we're building plans for ophthalmology as well. So where we can expedite those timelines to construction for the RTC, we are looking at how we can do that. But we are following the Green Handbook, as it's known, in terms of how we have to follow the processes.
Thanks, Andrew. It's disappointing we can't speed it up if that's what we're having to do, but it's I understand the constraints that are there. Just wish we could do it quicker.
Indeed.
Okay, Chris, and then Lucy.
Thank you. I just wanted to build upon 2 points, although Andrew has just got in there on one of them, which was in terms of the orthopaedics business case. It was just to say that that work is moving quickly. Now, I have to say, there's been a lot of out of the box thinking gone on, which has found a really positive solution that I think can come into play more quickly and actually be more robust in the medium and longer term than what we had initially thought. So the team have done some really good work on this. Can't share all of the details at the moment because of some commercial conversations that are still going on and some of the engagement conversations, but we will bring that back to board members as soon as those have progressed. But it is moving very positively and influencing our thinking on the RTC, which is also helpful and positive. And the second point I just quickly wanted to make was in terms of the PIFU and pathway components, which Phil and Andy have referred to. In preparation for the board workshop in a week's time, we'll be sharing with you a link where you can see the first pathway that's been digitized. It's a relatively simple pathway. It's on carpal tunnel syndrome, but the reason we've put that forward is because it was simple to test out some of the concepts, and we've got the videos and everything back now for patients. So we've been able to pull that together onto the website to show you, but very quickly down the tracks are the girth pathways, which are progressing really well, and they'll all be subjected to the same treatment and a much higher volume. And PIFU is absolutely wired into those right at the very sort of basis of the pathway. So you'll start to see how that might look to patients and to our clinicians.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Thanks very much. Lucy, final question from you, then I'm going to wrap this item up.
Thank you, Chair. There's some really great initiatives described in this paper, which I really welcome, particularly things like, the single patient target list, to try and make sure that, patients have actually got the opportunity to go for the quickest next available appointment rather than, well, which one do I want, which hospital do I want to be referred into? My question, however, is, are we maximising the use of therapy services as an alternative to going straight into a medical pathway? And I'm thinking orthopaedics here particularly. And are we also using therapy services sufficiently to support the long waiters on our waiting list? I know there's a great initiative, for example, going on in the East in relation to our wellbeing hub there. And that has shown real dividends for patients' welfare. I'm not aware that we've got that though in place in Central West.
Thanks, Lucy. I'll take that question. So we can do more. As we know, we report there are a number of patients waiting on our waiting list who are still going to be waiting another 12 months, and the use of therapies and wellbeing is part of the program that we're doing. We're currently revamping the orthopedic steering group to now incorporate musculoskeletal, so the MSK model, so preventative and direct routings into the orthopedic service. So that recommences in December with a revamped so that we can include therapy services further. There is a number of pilot schemes going on using therapists for wellbeing of keeping patients fitter and more mobile whilst on our waiting list, in particular orthopedics, and they're subject to further sustainable bids through the IMTP program for next year. So those bids have been submitted, and we're also submitting through the outpatient transformation funds from Welsh Government further bids to extend those programs that we've currently got in pilot. So there is work to be done. We're seeking funding, and we are progressing that use of therapy staff and other types of staff as well within that remit.
Thanks for that, Andrew, because as I say, I really can't emphasize enough the benefit that has to our patients in the longer term as well. Thank you.
Definitely.
Right, so a couple of observations from me. Andrew, Phil, could we make sure that the graphs in the IPQR, the performance report, are offering us the best sense of how we are doing against the 32-week and 104-week weight targets? There are graphs in there, and it's got a flat 0 target at the bottom of those graphs, which we of course know. But you've already spoken about trajectories and forecasts. Can we start building the trajectories and forecasts in, please?
Of course, yeah.
In terms of how we're progressing by way of improvement. The second thing from me, and I think you touched upon this, Andrew, when do we think we are going to get clarity around Abergele, Llandudno, modular theatres and the like? I see it still being examined, but I'm guessing a decision soon would be helpful.
Yes, Chair. So the business case is due in about 3 weeks' time. We have the estates team working, and we're doing the demand and capacity modelling as we speak. So the leader of the programme, along with Chris Stockport, has asked for that business case to be in December. And we've also spoken to Chris and Jill about how we can expedite internally the decision process once that business case has come to the table. So we're expecting December to be able to understand the cost and the size and the time taken to refurbish Llandudno as the preferred site. We recognise Abergele has significant infrastructure issues, particularly around the electrical systems, and therefore we're progressing the Llandudno option at the moment.
Okay, and then just you refer to these, but in terms of comparative performance against other health boards, ophthalmology is a key area of concern. So, and I've seen the references to outsourcing and insourcing and the like. But sorry, but what's your take on the improvement pathway, particularly in ophthalmology, and when we like to see demonstrable improvement?
So we've set up an ophthalmology steering group. We've got getting it right first time. And there's a number of works going on across the whole of ophthalmology or eye care, which includes community care. Particular focus now is on secondary care, and we're doing test cycles to improve the number of cataracts per list, as an example. And we've moved from 3 to 5 per list. The next stage would be to do what is known as the high volume, low complex. So that's the simple cataracts, where we would just do total cataract lists. At the moment, we mix the list, so we may do a simple cataract and then a complex cataract and another sort of procedure. So we need to look at how we can stream all those. So that, with support of the GIRF team and building up the action plans, we're expecting from January onwards that we'd start to see those high volume, low complex cases. Regarding Abergele, it must be noted the estate, as we know at Abergele, is not good, and it's not there is a number of problems. Simply as simple as when we process mapped it, looking at the depth of this, is the ward is a significant distance from the theatres where you would normally expect them to be next door to increase productivity and turnaround times, etc. So there's all those sorts of nuances that go on that prevent us getting the high 9s and 10s. We're continuing with the outsourcing as well for simple cataracts, and that will continue to September 23, and we average 600 a month that we're outsourcing there. So there is a number of work streams being pulled together. I'm supporting that. The traction, we're in the element of constructing all those action plans, and then the traction should start to kick in from around early January.
Thanks, Andrew. I was trying to sum this up. So Jill, Cheryl, can you be quick? Because then I want to move on because we're running late now.
Yeah, very quickly, Mark. Two things. One of them, the orthopaedic business case, I will be picking that with yourself and John Cunliffe in terms of the governance to push that through if we need to. The second point about ophthalmology, Chris, Andrew and I, amongst others, were on an ophthalmology summit yesterday, I think it was, Andrew. There's a lot of learning come out of that and a lot of challenge, which we will use alongside the GIRFT work that we're doing. Nick and I plan to meet with the ophthalmologist to see what we can do to help support this. It is heavily linked, of course, to the RTC as well.
It is. Okay, thanks, Jill. Cheryl, finally from you then.
Yes, thanks. Very, very briefly. Thank you for that, Andrew. Just to make sure that we are now dealing with the R1s and preventing avoidable sight loss, while still dealing with this. You talk about these high volumes. We absolutely must have the avoidable sight loss right at the heart of what we're doing, which hasn't been previously. Thank you very much.
I agree. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Andy, Andrew, Nikki, thanks for joining us with Phil. It's been really helpful to have you here and to get some of the detail from you in terms of how we're progressing things. And thank you for all the hard work you're doing on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas.
Okay, folks, I'm going to suggest we break for 10 minutes. We have been going for an hour and a half. I know we've got a lot to cover, but we also need to remain focused, and the break will probably help with that. So I suggest that it's now 11:32. We break now and come back at 11:42, if that's okay. Thanks very much. See you at 11:42. Yeah, mi hoffwn ni dechrau os gwelwch yn dda. I'd like to start again, please, if I may. And we are now on to the winter plan. Jill, are you fielding this item or is it for you, Phil?
It's for me, Chair.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, just by way of introduction, what the board has, as we agreed, was bringing back the current version of the winter plan. It's version 3. We will need to do another iteration of it because we're still awaiting the definitive health and social care advice. So there may be additions to it, but there certainly won't be material changes. It's quite prescriptive in that some of the content is what we have to have in to satisfy the requirements that we've considered, things like capacity, other things that we would do in extremis, but also the escalation processes associated with that. It's not the detailed roadmap that basically provides all of the detail about every single piece of capacity to satisfy winter, nor is it intended to do that. But what the executive team have discussed and are in the process of doing, led by Nick as the executive lead, is basically working through what the roadmap is and basically understanding what the mitigations are to the challenges that we will face over what is going to be a very challenging winter period. So in terms of industrial action that Sue Green's already flagged in terms of the impact of seasonal flu and COVID, which we expect to be quite pronounced, and a whole range of other things, including general pressures on the system. So we have had a discussion at PPPH committee, chaired by Linda, and we've had some feedback from that, and that will be included in the final version. We're aiming to get the final version, subject to the central guidance, agreed within the next couple of weeks, and also the route map completed, albeit with the route map and the detail we'll have to flex as basically the winter period unfolds, because there'll have to be some responsiveness to what's going on. So with that in mind, I'm happy to hand over to Nick, who'll talk through the executive role in relation to developing the route map.
Thank you, Phil. And of course, it is all predicated on the publication of that national plan, and we're looking for only partial assurance on this item, pending the assessment of our plans versus that national winter health and social care plan. Just to provide colleagues with the reassurance that we're not awaiting the final plan before proceeding with actions, and within that roadmap, to delivering a safe winter for the population we serve, looking particularly at areas such as our surge capacity, both in our acute sites and our community sites, and ensuring that we have plans to staff those safely, looking at our community access to minimise attendances at our busy emergency departments, as we've already discussed, and already putting in making progress towards frailty assessments at the front door, trying to reduce that admission rate that Lucy was questioning us about earlier, from our emergency departments onto our medical floors. I guess the extra work going in this year, as Phil and Sue and Jill have already alluded to, is the recognising the thresholds between what is going to be inevitably a challenging winter that our operational and clinical teams are preparing themselves to manage, recognising the threshold between that and moving into our emergency preparedness, resilience and response approach to management, led by Debbie Lewis, working very closely with Phil, and recognising both the plans of potential power outages, the twindemic, a term I don't like, but flu and COVID and winter viruses, as well as industrial action, plus also rehearsing a scenario that we hope we won't have to use, but to go into a full-scale emergency response, rather than just the EPRR gold response, going into that full-scale response of a 24/7 tactical control centre, looking after our sites and our population. So the winter plan is working on all of that, but happy to take any questions relevant to it. Diolch, thank you.
Okay, thanks both. So I've got a number of hands up. John C first, please.
Thanks, Mark. Mine potentially not material to the document, but Phil referred to this as version 1.3, but the document we've got is 1.2. It's got a date on it of 14th of December, which seems to be out of date. And just clarification that although the reporting arrangements say PFIG, we didn't consider it at the last PFIG meeting.
That's all noted. Phil?
Yeah, it's the version is right. It was version 1.0, 1.1 and 1.2, so it was 3 versions, but appreciate that was not probably the most straightforward way of doing it. The review is destined to be 14th of December, so I'll pick that up. And initially it was proposed that it was considered by PFIG, but as I described in the introduction, it was considered by PPPH. So I'll pick that up and make sure that's corrected as well, John. So my apologies for that.
All right, thanks, Phil. The document itself is called 1.3, but the page says 1.2. So there's a disconnect, but it's not material.
Okay, thank you. Jackie?
Thanks, Mark. Just a couple of points around some of the accuracy within the document. It says, as of the 14th of November, all BCU sites require staff and patients and visitors to wear face masks in hospital settings unless clinically exempt. As far as I'm aware, we've not had a clinical exemption within this organisation, particularly for staff. And as far as I am aware, occupational health will not support any form of request for them to provide a medical exemption, which is providing some difficulties. Trade unions are currently working with staff and managers to come to a compromise arrangement in order to support the member of staff where they find it either difficult or impossible to wear a mask. So that would be my first point. And the second point would be around the flu vaccination section. This doesn't match with what's on our intranet in terms of how we're providing flu vaccinations for our staff. Staff were being asked to go to the MVCs to have their flu vaccinations. And I don't know whether this accounts for the low numbers, but apparently we have a 35% uptake currently. Teresa might well be able to address that one for us, but if we're changing to this, which is what we've done previously with having staff vaccinators and drop-in sessions, etc., then I think we really need to get this information out to our staff. Thank you.
Right, any comments, Phil, Nick, from you on the first areas? Nick's got his hand up, it's now come on screen, so I'll come to him next. We'll come to flu in a minute, Jackie, because I want to invite Teresa to speak about the vaccination program, but I'll do that after I've dealt with all the questions. So Nick, to respond to Jackie's first points, please.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Jackie, and thanks for all the hard work in providing that clarification. We'll await the outcome of those discussions and then take it through the gold structure to formally approve and then ensure that the staff are aware, because I think it's very important that there isn't any confusion in this matter. I know at Small Wales discussion, this is something that it's not just us, other health boards are considering, so we'd always also, as I'm sure you're aware, try to ensure this consistency with health boards across Wales. But thank you for raising, and we'll take it through gold. Deal.
Thank you.
Lucy.
Thank you. And just very quickly following up on that point, actually, I know our partners have asked for some clarification as well in terms of when our healthcare staff are visiting some of their premises and the expectations, so that we don't end up with confusion there. My very quick point I wanted to raise is I know that the winter plan includes some information about communication, but I think it would be really important and really helpful to the population if we can really push 111 now that it's up and running. It really should be the default place for everyone to go to make sure that they are then directed to the most appropriate service depending on what their need is. And I think we could push that a lot more strongly. So I welcome the suggestions that we'll be putting adverts out and things like that, but I don't think we can shout about this too much, because everyone should be going to 111 effectively first, in my view, unless it's an obvious emergency, of course. But I think we could do better in relation to raising that profile. Thank you.
Bill, did you want to respond on that point?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, Chair, and I'll pick that up and make sure that we do an update about what we do in relation to the comms in conjunction with Helen for the next time we report to the PPPF committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Hugh.
Thanks, Mark. We're now coming to the end of November, and if I heard rightly, Nick, you were suggesting we're still waiting for national guidance. Is that norm? Is that the way it is it? Because it's coming to the end of the beginning of winter, so I'm just wondering, does that cause us problems? It needs to be noted. It's the first question. The second point, there's a phrase there, enhanced capacity of community connections. Have you got just any evidence of that? And is that better than last year? Or are there any barriers which we need to be made aware of in terms of creating capacity? And my third question, are Welsh Government engaging with local governments to help health boards create the capacity required to deal with the winter pressures? Thank you.
If I come back, if I may, Hugh, then, so the first point, it's not particularly unusual to be awaiting the finessing of national guidance at this stage, but in no way does that slow down our planning process. It just stops us giving that, asking that technical final approval of the plan, I guess. In terms of those community connections, I'm aware perhaps of more discussions this year than in previous years. And perhaps building on the success of COVID, the effectiveness of that, Phil and others may be able to comment more closely than I, but certainly the pieces I've been involved with in that discussion really show some innovative approaches to work, and Jim McGuigan and others in the primary care context, I know are exploring those to the full. Those national discussions, in response to your third question, again, others may have been in meetings I have not, but I've been very aware of that, the national questions being asked. I suspect there is still work to be done in that arena, but certainly it's been discussed and approaches considered. Diolch, thank you.
Was that sufficient, Hugh?
Yes, we are where we are, Mark, and I think that's as good as it gets for now. But I'd like to just have a better understanding of what the community connections really look like, and are we moving that at pace or not, and what the barriers are. It's further work that I need to look into, but thank you.
Diolch. You, Cheryl.
Thanks very much. I've got 4 questions, and I also have one for Teresa later around the fact that our patients going for the COVID jabs who also ask for the flu jabs are being redirected to their GPs, and it seems a hugely missed opportunity to get the 2-for-1 done at the same time. So, but I'm sure Teresa will pick that up. My first one, have you seen the local authority winter plans, and have they approved our draft plan? I ask this because a couple of years ago, and before your time, Nick, the local authorities, we had a report to the board saying local authorities had approved our plan, but they hadn't even seen it. So I'm just checking. That's the first one. I'm not sure who wants to take that. Then my second.
Cheryl, can I suggest we do 2 verbally now, and you fire the other 2 in separately? I'm conscious of the time, that's all. Cheryl.
Absolutely, yes, no problem. No problem.
Go with your second question, and then perhaps you could fire the other 2 in by email. Fire's not the right word.
Absolutely, no problem. Page 20, unpaid carers. Welsh Government have provided funding for yet more information. the carers don't need information, they need practical help. I know when we're talking, why I'm bringing this up is because when we're talking about discharge into family care with the winter plans, if we've got a couple in their 80s who are struggling, someone comes home ill, they need practical help, not sort of more leaflets saying, you know, get your benefits here, you know, someone can help you there. We actually need to make sure that we have the practical help, which linked into another of my questions about workforce to support the nursing homes. We're talking about staffing nursing homes. So thank you. I'll email my others.
Nick, can you respond to the first two questions then, please?
Very happy to. So we've certainly had sight of each other's plans. I am afraid I'll respond outside, if I may, Chair, as to where the approval status is. I don't think so, but I wouldn't like to guess that in the meeting in terms of the formal approval. I think you're absolutely right around that community support. I think it's both and. I think the leaflets and the communication is needed, but every family's, every individual's circumstances are different. So I absolutely take your point and made a note that would include that in the meetings that are now happening. Thank you.
Bill.
Yeah, just a quick response to the approval. As Nick said, they've seen them, but they haven't approved them because we were waiting for the finalisation of the plan. But I guess we could move that along because, as I said in the introduction, we're not expecting anything material will change following guidance, which will be forthcoming. And the point about carers that Cheryl made is a point well made, but I'll pick that up outside and go back to Cheryl directly if that's helpful. Cheryl, Chair.
I'm sure it would be. Yeah. So can you respond to Cheryl in that fashion, please? And then Cheryl will let you have her other two questions, Phil, if that's okay.
Of course. Thank you, Chair.
Just a couple of questions from me, Phil. It's difficult, and I understand why, because it is a transition, isn't it, as we move into winter. But it's difficult to get a sense of how many of these actions are actually in place, as opposed to being described in the winter plan. So can you give us a sense for how confident you are with the executive team about what is in place already, and the fact that you've got some confidence that what else is required to be put in place, as described in this plan, will be so put in place as we move further into winter? Does that make sense, Phil?
Yeah, it does. I think the detailed answer to that question is within the route map piece. The main issue that we basically have is the pressure on capacity, the bedded capacity or community capacity, which we discussed at the board committee. So we know, for example, we've got 405 fewer nursing residential home beds in North Wales now than we did have on the 31st of March. Having said that, we know that a nursing home's opened in the east of the patch, and that will create 55 beds. So that risk in some shape or form is basically being mitigated, but we track that because that's a loss of capacity. In terms of our plans detailed around the 243 of the 1,000 beds initiative, we are confident that we have plans, but there is a real question mark in the context of workforce. And I note that earlier on in the meeting, Sue Green flagged that as a risk. And I think that's really the risk that we need to work closely with local authority colleagues on. So it's the overall capacity risk. And until the executive team have signed off the detailed route map, then it's very difficult to basically give a definitive answer. But certainly, as Nick's reflected, we are better prepared this year, is my belief, than we were last year, although this year is going to be considerably more challenging, as I said in the introduction. Okay, thanks. And Sue Green, how confident can the board be that you and your team are engaged with the resourcing of the winter plan, along with the other resourcing challenges that you face as a team, please?
So we are engaged in the development. We've been really clear at this stage. We are going to be looking at deployment of current staff rather than recruitment of additional staff. So that's why we're dusting off all of the deployment models rather than going full recruitment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And then finally, Jill, can you just advise the board who is leading now on the work with local authorities around the extra beds, but also medically fit for discharge? I know beforehand, Jill, but I'm unclear now about who's picking it up.
Okay, so Phil is working very closely with Jane Troman, who works in Chris's team, so we're working collaboratively on that. I am just about preparing, as it happens, Mark, an update to you on where we are against those beds. The other thing I have asked, the finance team are working on it for me, is the financial implications of those medically fit for discharge as well against our plans. So I'll give you an update because I'm working, Jane is literally just finalising an update for me to send to you, but that's how it's being managed, and we're working closely with the national teams on that. But there's a significant shortfall, as you can imagine, on the amount of beds we intended to commission or wish to commission versus those that are available, as Phil has rightly called out.
Okay, when you share that, Jill, I'll share it with the rest of the board as well, if that's okay. Of
course.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of the winter plan item. Phil, can I ask you and the executive team to ensure that if there's any departure from the plan, or as we start to get really challenged around delivery of the plan in the face of the demand, that you update us, please? You keep us in the loop.
Of course.
Thank you. Cheers, Phil. Thanks for the report. Okay, I'm going to move on to the patient safety report now. Angela, Lucy, perhaps it's from you, Angela, will be most helpful. We agreed a number of actions last time in terms of the report, and I certainly think the report is better. There's more to do, as you will know, but how have you and Lucy managed to progress the actions before we get into the report itself, Angela?
Okay, thanks, Mark. So the highlights that from the board that we needed to increase the assurance that was given to QSE and to the board around quality. We've been looking at how we can make sure that we're strengthening the reports that are coming through and the information that's given to quality.
Is it just me who's lost Angela?
No. No, she's frozen.
Okay, she'll have to dial in again then, I suspect. Nick, let's come back to Angela. Shall we do the vascular report so we can keep making progress, please?
Very happy to, Chair. Thank you. So I will take the paper as read. There are a series of recommendations relating to the items covered in the report. And as we would all recognise, the quality and sustainability of our vascular services is a key issue for the board and figures on our corporate risk register. Perhaps the areas I'd like to highlight, if I may, Chair, would be the report of the externally chaired vascular quality review panel. The paper says that we expect that report in November, I think, to be published. I think that's now more likely to be January due to some delays from the externally chaired panel to ensure that it is delivered to the very highest standard. Again, whilst that delay I welcome in order that we get an absolutely quality assured and high quality report, it's not delaying our responses to items that the panel have already identified. Perhaps some other key issues would be to note the Health Improvement Wales, the HIW review, which is beginning now, and we would expect to be published in March next year. But again, any actions arising out of that, I'm sure we will be told of earlier and will be able to implement, not least because of the enhanced vascular improvement team that's now in place and the refreshed approach to our vascular improvement plan. And huge thanks to Gaynor, to Chris and members of the improvement team to help the vascular team in taking that forward. I would like to highlight, if I may, the item around the amputation rates. This has been an item we've discussed many times, and I welcome the review done by Gareth Griffiths, a retired vascular surgeon who is working very closely with us in terms of professional standards and driving our improvement. In addition to the comments within the paper, we have recently received the National Vascular Registry, the National Audit, the NVR, looking at our vascular services. And Gareth is now working to consider the various data sources in order that we can further understand any changes and any improvements that may be needed. And that report is likely to come to QSE in January. We've enhanced, following the investment through the IMTP of over £5 million. This has enabled us to not only appoint the improvement resources within the vascular team, but also to finalise the middle grade rota to support our consultants. And we expect this to be fully implemented before the end of Q3, which is very welcome. And I know our senior vascular team are really pleased to have that additional support. Perhaps the only other 2 points I'd highlight, Chair, would be that following the geographical movement of the Liverpool vascular service to the Aintree site, we are now working more closely with Stoke University Hospital of North Midlands, noting an earlier conversation around the already good relationships with Stoke, and I think it's quite likely that we will continue that working relationship, which of course mirrors some of the existing arrangements around our trauma network. And whilst we have not been able finally to recruit further consultants to our vascular service, we have experienced a great deal more stability within the senior clinicians that we do have. And this has enabled us to stand down the gold type arrangements we had that we were managing that rota and managing the support from Liverpool and Stoke. The increased stability has enabled us to integrate that within our business as usual. Chair, I'm very happy to take any questions, but I hope other points are self-explanatory within the paper. Diolch.
Lucy.
Thank you. Main question was around the amputation figures, if I may please, Nick. So we've had previous figures reported, and the figures that we have now before us are different from what has previously been reported, and we know what the reasons are. Some of the reasons are for those. But how confident are you in the data now that this time the information is actually correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. The NVR results audit publication is relatively new. I am confident our data submission to the NVR has significantly improved, but it would be foolish of me to give you a formal response until that more detailed analysis has taken place. And there always has been, and there always will be, some dissonance between looking at data from different sources. And I really welcome the input of Gareth and others external to the organisation, really helping us to validate and understand what we mean from that data. So I think I will have to say we need to wait until that work has been done before I can reply adequately to your very reasonable question.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks both. John G.
Thanks, Nick. A couple of particular points, if I may. One is in relation to following on from Lucy, really, about the numbers. In the report, it makes specific reference to major amputations. So on that basis, is there another category? And if there is another category, how are we actually faring with regard to the data that you're gathering at the moment in respect to that? Because obviously we need to take the whole amputation figures in the round and not just potentially major. You also make reference in there around the improvement on the diabetic foot pathway, and that's going to take 12 months. So question really is, that seems a long way to be waiting. Are there any things that can be done to actually speed that up in any way whatsoever? And then the final point is in relation to the views of patients in the whole of the vascular service at the moment. Are we seeking views from patients, and I'm particularly looking at the vascular renal access and some of the support groups that exist in some of the hospitals? So we're actually getting the patient viewpoint and not just the clinical viewpoint. Many thanks.
Thank you, John. Again, I think the detailed analysis, including the definitions of major and minor amputations, will be part of the work that Gareth's doing, and I will make sure that we include the definitions. Within the major amputations, I think it also recognise the difference between a below knee and above knee amputation for patients. So there is quite a lot of detailed work needed behind these figures, so we can really understand what they're telling us. I always worry also about these classifications and these numbers, because whatever the procedure, each one of them represents a tragedy for the individual patient concerned. And I'd want to acknowledge that, to our patients and to staff, because these are not comfortable discussions. And I wouldn't want us to get lost in numbers and trends when these are real people with real tragedies. Around the lower limb ischemia or diabetic foot pathways, the improvement trajectory, I think, is inevitable because it relies on recruitment. We've been very fortunate to recruit some extremely experienced staff, including a foot and ankle surgeon to the east, who will start in the early summer from memory. But that's not to say that work isn't taking place in the meantime, and there's multidisciplinary teams. So I think the enactment of the pathways, the understanding, the mitigations are continual, but it would be foolish of me to pretend that until we have the full complement of staff in place, that they would be as I would want them to be. I hope that answers the question.
If I could just come back, Chair, the last point was in relation to engagement with patients, and so we're actually picking up what the patients' views are on the services at the moment as well.
My apologies, John. This is really key, and there is work in place to understand the patient experience. But we heard a really difficult and very recent story at our vascular steering group earlier this week, and set ourselves the task to really consider whether our understanding of patients' experience is adequate. This is around the conversations, the attitudes, the care for patients while they wait for treatment. So a superficial answer to your question will be yes, John, that's in place. But I'm not satisfied that we are really understanding the perspectives of all our patients, and there's more work to do, and that work has already commenced. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
A couple of questions for me, Nick, briefly. First of all, it's not that long ago you and I met with the vascular consultants, and I recall that you were seeking for the number of them to pick up clinical lead type positions. Has that progressed to your satisfaction? And secondly, I met with Jenny Farley the other day, as you know, the network manager, and she seemed to be really rather positive about the scope to improve things moving forward, based on where we started from and some of the opportunities that we appear to have, certainly now that we are investing further in vascular. So what's your position on the first, and what's your thoughts on the second?
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies, I haven't updated at board on the leadership in vascular. So we have now brought vascular services within the surgery and anaesthetic quadrant within Ysbyty Glenclwyd, within YGC, with an experienced clinical director, therefore de facto the clinical director of the vascular services, including the vascular network outside YGC. In addition, though, I'm pleased to report that a clinical lead from amongst our vascular services, Mr. Laszlo Papp, has been appointed to that leadership role, that clinical lead role. And I'd want to thank Laszlo for his engagement and his presence at meetings. It's been a very significant improvement to see his contribution, but also his leadership of the consultant team. I think you're right, Mark, and I'd echo Jenny's optimism that there is scope for improvement. And I think the increased resource that's now available, including the appointment of a senior and experienced nurse to lead the clinical improvement, is fantastic. I suppose for me, scope for improvement isn't good enough. We need to see that scope actually embedded, and the outcomes and the experience changing for patients. So I share the optimism, but I think we would all want to wait until we actually see that being converted into tangible differences in outcomes and experience.
We would. Okay, thanks, Nick. And thank you for the report. The board is asked to receive the report and notes a number of things. Is the board happy to do that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Angela, I think you're back with us, but just confirm, are you back with us?
I am back with you.
The trials and tribulations of IT. So
absolutely.
The patient safety report. So you were starting, I think, to talk about the work that you and Lucy have done following the last meeting. So do you just want to carry on with that first?
Yeah, that's right. No problem. So since the last meeting, we've met on a couple of occasions to look at how we're going to strengthen the information that's coming through and give assurance to the Quality, Safety and Experience Committee and also to board. We've looked at how we could strengthen the agendas, and I've contacted exec colleagues to talk to them about papers that are coming in the future and how we can get that, again, that extra assurance and work together to make sure that we've got that oversight. I think that's been really useful. The last agenda setting was a really productive meeting, and we've now got in train a number of things to look at deep dive wise, and the first one being surgical safety and the WHO checklist, which, as your colleagues will be aware, we've had issues with never events, etc., over the last at least 12, if not 2 years. So I think that's been really positive. We've had those conversations. We've looked at where we're going, and I think we're in a much more positive position. I think some of the work we've been doing in the background from a quality perspective from the team, from Matt's team, has been really positive, and we've been working with the integrated health communities. So leading on into the patient safety report itself, it's really nice to see that you have seen the improvement in the report, and we have changed the presentation of it and what we're actually looking at and how we're diving into the information and putting a lot more detail and tables in around where things have been, rather than just looking at the previous 2 months, and that will continue. We'll also be looking at sort of changing it and developing it from feedback from colleagues at QSE and also from board members, if we want to get more information and how we can present things in a different way. So we have had increased focus and scrutiny on the timelines for complaints and incident management. At last board, I identified that was one of my focuses when I came into the organisation. In this paper, you don't actually see it with a numbers position, but I can let you know that from the future meeting that we will have identified that we've reduced from 495 overdue complaints down to 320 now. So although this time frame for this report doesn't show that, we are in a very positive position moving forward. Also been concentrating on the quality of the complaints that are actually being taken forward and the incidents that are coming through, to make sure that we can give that assurance to families that we're learning from anything that they're bringing up and anything that we've not managed to undertake to the best advantage, if you like. We're also looking now at the response expectations and the 30 days of turning those complaints around. So although you'll note in the performance report later in the meeting that we're in a worse position than we were 12 months ago, with only 30% of our complaints being turned around within those 30 days, the reduction of the backlog will give that opportunity for that focus now to be on turning around in a rapid manner. And we're making sure that there's oversight now from myself and from Matt on a weekly basis to look at what complaints have come round and come in that week, and where we can turn those round and give that support to the families in a more face-to-face way and invite them into meetings with us rather than waiting for a written response. And I think that would be really positive for that opportunity to speak with the families, but also the turnaround with the complaints within 30 days. I'm happy to hand over to Matt for the highlights from the report, if that's okay, Chair.
That is, of course, okay. Matt, though, the report has been circulated, it has been read. So can you just focus on the highlights for me, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman. So I think that the really key highlights, being very brief then, for the last 2 month periods in the report, which is August and September, our incident reporting rate has remained fairly consistent, and there's no significant variation from the national benchmark, and that has continued through into October to give you a more recent update. The main themes continue to be from our national reportable incidents, inpatient falls, healthcare required pressure ulcers in both the community and inpatient settings, and the recognition and escalation of deteriorating patients, particularly sepsis. The paper describes some of the improvement work that's underway in relation to those. So for brevity, I won't go into those. And more detail was shared at the QSE committee. Happy to provide any more detail on that or pick up any questions. In relation to never events, so far this year we've reported 4 never events, and 3 of those are in the latest reporting period. All 3 relate to surgical safety type never events. And if we look to the last year, we reported 12 never events last year, which was an increase, although 2 of those have since been submitted for downgrading from the classification of a never event as a result of the completed investigations. 11 of those 12 from last year, and as I say, the 4 from this year all relate to surgical safety, and we have a number of pieces of work underway, including some work being led by our colleagues in transformation in relation to the consistent and effective use of the WHO surgical safety checklist. Again, there's a little bit of information in the paper, more details provided to QSE, and as Angela said, that will be subject to a deep dive at QSE. The paper describes there were no Regulation 28 notices. However, again, for completeness, we have received one since the paper was written in October, and we're just working through that. And that will be, of course, shared in the next paper. And then finally, or penultimately, sorry, HIW, we're still awaiting from HIW the inspection report from their visit to the emergency department at Wrexham Mailer. There were no immediate or serious concern raised at the time, but we're just waiting for their final reports. As I think Nick said earlier, HIW returning to do the vascular review at the beginning of December. We're currently working with them in relation to that. We did have some visits from HIW to some of our mental health services. One of those to the headband unit did raise an immediate concern around the rates of restraint training that staff had, and we've worked with mental health colleagues to develop a response to that, which was issued back to HIW last week and is very much focused on increasing the availability of restraint training and also improving the rostering so that there's adequate numbers of staff available to form restraint teams. Angela's touched on complaints, so I won't mention on that. I will just end with patient feedback. We're continuing to roll out and expand our real-time patient feedback system. We received just over 2,200 responses in August and September, with relatively positive feedback in most cases. The details of that are provided in the paper and in the appendix, and all of that information is provided back to services locally to inform local improvements. That's probably the highlights in a whistle-stop tour, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take any questions.
That was an excellent whistle-stop tour. Thanks, Matt. Jill.
So thank you very much, Chair. Just want to thank Angela and her team. I was out on site earlier in the week where the teams were taking real pride in the reductions in the level of backlog complaints. So they were really owning that. What I would like to praise the board of though, Mark, and we alluded to it earlier, and I'm hoping it's a nothing, but we do have a likelihood of industrial action. Angela and others have already described how we may have to redeploy teams to the front line who are actively dealing with these. So it's just a bit of a warning, Mark, that if there is a blip on this, it may well happen as a result of industrial action, and it won't be taking away anything from the work that Angela and her team are doing. It's just a heads up potential problem.
Okay, thanks, Jill. Cheryl.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Matt, for that. I know how much work you and your team are putting in every day. We speak almost daily, don't we? And you have the well-being of our patients right at the forefront of what you're doing. Mine is a question for Angela, please. Thanks for the report, Angela. In terms of complaints, we talk about the common themes arising from the complaints, and that the information is shared with services to support our local improvements. How are we monitoring those improvements? How are we actually proving that sharing this information, these recurring themes are improving care, and how are we monitoring that? Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. So I think we've been doing a review of actually how that impact has been and whether we've actually got that system in place and it's appropriate. And what we are planning to do in the next, I think it's the next 2 weeks, we have our first organisation learning forum where colleagues from across the board will come together to review the learning from incidents, from complaints, from compliments as well, and from peer reviews and things like that, for us to triangulate what information is coming through and for us to share it across with the services. We then will identify how people are putting things into place and making changes. So we'll review complaints coming in to see if the themes continue or whether we've had a reduction in them. We'll also be looking at doing audits and spot checks in different areas over a 6-month period to say, well, we identified that maybe we were doing something in a different way. Let's go back and see if the change has been made and make sure that it's consistently been applied. And then we'll do peer review visits across the board as well, so other colleagues can go and undertake that. That will be also be incorporated into the ward accreditations. Obviously, not all areas have a ward accreditation. If it's a department area, we'll just do bespoke visits. But certainly the organisation learning forum that we're trying to develop and establish, I think, will give us that assurance that those things are being taken into consideration, Cheryl.
Thank you very much, Angela. Yeah, and it's how we move into the formal monitoring of that I'd be really interested in, because this is a continuous process, isn't it? And we know, some areas have suffered badly. So I think it would really benefit from formal monitoring. So thank you very much for that.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks both. John G, then Lucy, and then I'll wrap up again.
Thanks. 2 points, if I may. The first one being, Matt, you already partly answered in terms of updating us on HIW visits which fall outside of the time frame for the report. So what I would just like from a board's point of view is an assurance that if there are any HIW, ombudsman, coroner, any other reports of that nature which are outside of the time frame, that we are actually given a verbal update on any of those elements to the board. The second point, though, is to yourself, Angela, and that is in relation to the point about record keeping. And you made a specific point in there about, whilst not directly causal to an incident occurring, is contributory to this, contributory to the circumstances and creates an unsafe conditions. I just wonder, because this is a constant issue that we've heard for a long time over people and their record keeping. Are we at a point where we've got people that need to be potentially reported under their own professional standards to their own professional bodies over non-compliance of what clearly should be a set standard to which they all should be adhering to? Because it is a real worry, the statement that you've actually included in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John. I think obviously the statement in the report is quite stark, obviously, and it does raise some questions around what we're actually doing. I think what we need to do is make sure that we've got that consistent approach and we are setting standards across the organisation, and that is very clear to all registrants, professionals. I'm sure Nick would agree with me around the expectation around record keeping and making sure that we've got those contemporaneous notes that we can refer to when we're going into investigations, coroner's cases and things like that. And also to make sure that staff are actually acknowledging the work that they're undertaking and the care that they're actually delivering. I don't think at the moment that we're in a position, because we haven't had a consistent approach necessarily, for us to take any action. And I think we would want to support staff to make sure that we know that they're given the support and the understanding and the training around record keeping. It's not just a BCU issue, record keeping, it's a Wales and it's a UK issue around improving that record keeping, but it's something that is on my agenda going forward. I've been talking to Nick about it from a multi-professional point of view, and we'll be involving Gareth as well to make sure we've got the appropriate record keeping across the organisation, which we're able to utilise with the good care that we've been given, and also to defend ourselves if we need to show that we're actually delivering that care. Because if we say if it isn't written down, it hasn't been done, and that's very clear that, you know, we can't defend the care that we've been given if we aren't doing proper record keeping. So it's something that we'll be working with. We're putting plans in place, working with Nick's team, with his deputy executive directors and my deputy executive directors, to make sure that we've got that programme in place over the next 6 months, and then we can undertake the audits to make sure that record keeping is in place.
Just quickly following on, do we have an issue that a number of staff coming in who are actually trained using electronic record keeping, and we're actually still paper based? Is that actually a significant issue for us at the moment? Because it links in with the earlier item over investment in IT as well.
So if people are coming in from England, then they are experienced in electronic record keeping. They obviously can still use writing, you know, they can use normal record keeping as well. But we are implementing the Welsh record at the moment, which will link into the medical notes that are electronic and available. We've already implemented it in one of our sites, and we've now got the other 2 that are coming on board very quickly. And the staff are actually loving it, and it's making it easier for them to actually capture that information. Risk assessments are more easily undertaken and actually are in a central portal then for us to pull on. So I think we are moving at pace with the Welsh record. We're looking in the future to be looking at electronic prescribing as well, so that will reduce the incidence of not being able to read somebody's handwriting, or the signatures not being there, and things like that. So I'm really keen for us to progress that, and we have a lead digital nurse who works very, very closely with Dylan's team to make sure that those initiatives are being put into place.
Okay, thanks, Angela.
Thanks.
Thanks, Angela. Thanks, John. Right, Lucy, and then Nick, and then I'm wrapping this item up. We do need to be aware of the fact we're now running 45 minutes late. Lucy.
Thank you. I will just be very quick. It's relating to, on page 5, there's reference to sharing and embedding learning, but there's no reference at all to clinical audit. Firstly, can you confirm that we are indeed feeding that into the clinical audit plan, please?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're working very closely with clinical audit, and they will be integral as part of our learning forum going forward, making sure that we've got that triangulation, working very closely with Nick's team. Obviously, from a quality perspective, Nick and I are working very closely over effectiveness, safety and experience.
Thank you, Angela. I think we could pick this up outside, but I think it'd be helpful to have that fed into the reports to QSE in the future, so we can see that triangulation. Thank you.
That's fine.
So thanks for the better report, Angela, and also pick out the references to complaints and learning. Can I just touch upon the HIW section and the reference to use of a database to pick up on the intelligence? Recently, we've seen a couple of correspondence items go to HIW where they've called us up on whether we address the concerns they've identified in the original correspondence. What's your view on, Angela, our QA arrangements in terms of that type of correspondence and avoiding the need or the want of HIW to write back to us, please?
So I think, having reviewed the responses that they actually asked us to look at again, I think we did answer the information they requested, but maybe we could have gone a little bit deeper and provided them with some more assurance by giving them some more examples. So Nick, Matt and I have had a conversation around looking at those responses as the requests as they come in, and for us to formulate how we want people to respond to them and have that oversight from an executive position. So the integrated health communities or different divisions are given the information that is required and bring the information back. I think we need to identify exactly how deep and what information we want to put that back. We do have a system of checking, so it does come through the integrated health community, signed off by the director, comes into the quality team, and then I review the HIW responses and before they go to Jill for chief exec sign off. So we'll make sure that we're scrutinising that in a lot deeper way, but giving some instruction to the teams exactly how much information and how much assurance we're going to be giving.
All right, thank you. Are board members now, after all that exchange, happy to note the report that's been provided?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. On to infection prevention and control report. Angela's back with you again. Can we take this report as read, please? And you just highlight what you feel you need to highlight before I go to questions.
Well, if I could bring my subject specialist, Rebecca, in, and she would then be able to give you just the highlights and then answer any questions, if that's okay, Chair.
Of course. Rebecca, over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'll just give some highlights. So in terms of the infection prevention team, the situation has improved a little bit. We've had some new appointments, still some issues with sickness and a few vacancies, and then we've got some maternity leave thrown in. But we are working, I think, much better across the health board with each other and providing cross-cover where we have gaps. And we've also set up some development plans as well with the team, which you have there. We've taken on a decontamination consultant just last week to help support the programme and to get ourselves a strategy really, and to take forward the recommendations from shared services as well. So I'm hoping to see some progress there in the next few months, but I think we've got a much better handle on where we're up to and the sort of direction we're aiming at now, so that's good. I put a few highlights from the annual report. And compared with the other health boards, we were not an outlier, and we actually had the lowest rate last year for C. diff, although our rates have increased since. You can't always sit on your laurels with those things. We've made a lot of improvement with policies and procedures, which are more up to date, and we've added to them as well. And we've got, we had about 157 champions up to the end of last year, but we've now got over 300 infection prevention champions. So that's really helping drive forward as well. Our antimicrobial use, we have achieved the reductions, significant reductions actually to the trajectory. Those rates have gone up a little bit, but we're still on target for that. And we're using now the hypochlorous acid in place of the HPV for our deep cleaning with high level disinfection, which has really improved that process and made it safe. When I came last, I was asked to give our comparison with the England, some England trusts as well in terms of our infection rates. So I have provided that, and we did score well really compared to the England average for last year. But our C. diff was higher than the average. Say we did better than other health. Staffing, as I say, continues to remain an issue. COVID still dominates quite a lot of the work for the team, and there's been a few changes even recently in terms of our testing procedures. The ongoing issues with the estate and cleaning are still a problem, and finding areas to decamp patients to when we want to do the high level is a problem. We've got two risks at tier 1 to do with staffing and to do with decontamination, and those are being monitored with action plans in place. And we also have the risk around the low numbers of public health microbiology consultants on there as well. But the situation has improved a little bit with that, so we're hoping that's going to strengthen that moving forward. I've included our rates. The mandatory organisms, and we're sort of mid-table on most of those, but we've had a special focus on C. diff the last couple of months because our rates went quite high in summer. So we've been doing a lot of work to help look at the issues around that, bring those down, and working with the clinical staff as well. As I say, some of that is around improving our deep cleaning programs, which haven't been taking place as they should have. So we're working to get our rates down again. In the last couple of months, it has been better. We've done quite a lot of work with the Safe, Clean Care, Harm-Free programme, and there was a really good conference held recently to sort of share progress and successes, and the enthusiasm in the room was brilliant. The teams were really engaged with that process and are making quite a difference to their workplaces with some of the campaigns that we've held so far this year. I've also put in there a couple of IP developments that we've got with states and facilities, which are really interesting and hopefully take us forward in terms of our infection prevention methods in the future. Decontamination, there are a number of issues that are going to require significant investment in the next few years around SSD and our endoscopies. But as I say, we have now got, hopefully we're going to start getting a more detailed plan in place with the recommendations from shared services. And we have made a number of achievements and got assurances in relation to audit and things moving forward. And then finally at the end, we've got a plan on a page for our IPSG just there for information in terms of the key areas that we're working on. So I'm happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rebecca. In request, any questions? Oh, you'll be glad to go then, Rebecca. I've got a couple, if you don't mind.
Okay.
In terms of the graph shown on page 9, which has got actual trajectory against cumulative trajectory, or sorry, actual number of infections against cumulative trajectory. Is that, I'm trying to work out what those trajectories are, Rebecca. Are they target trajectories, or is that a guide as to where the rate is?
They're set by the Welsh Government, so those are our targets. That's what they expect us to be at, the dotted line, yeah.
So we're running hot on all of them at the moment, it would appear. Is that right?
We are, yes, we are. As I say, that the slide above shows other health boards, so it's, I think a lot of those trajectories are very difficult to comply with. What is interesting is that we also break this down. I haven't put it on here, but we do break it down into the 3 areas, so we can focus more in on where the issues are. And so if you look at East, for example, they're very often on target with their trajectories, but they are then pulled down where we've got issues with the other, with Central and with West. So some areas have got issues with particular organisms more than others, but this is for the overall health board.
And as we move into winter with flu and COVID rising, how are you feeling yourself?
Busy.
I thought you were busy, but how are you feeling generally in terms of the level of optimism or not? And what can we do to assist?
I think we've got good measures in place, although not all of them are popular. We have a good process with the teams in terms of identifying where the infections are. We are very quickly acting on where we're getting outbreaks, and the clinical staff work really well with us. So generally, if we have had spread within a bay before it's been identified, we usually don't get spread further than that. So, we're doing our best. I think one of the biggest risks, perhaps not at YGC, but the other 2 sites, is the lack of side rooms, that we just can't get patients isolated quickly enough. And because of the COVID flu, obviously with C. diff cases, patients who have diarrhea often don't get isolated quickly enough as well, and that doesn't help that. So it is very, very much a challenge, and having enough staff on, to do the correct cleaning, etc. So there are challenges, but we work very closely with estates and facilities and with the clinical teams, so we can do our best, but I think it's going to be very challenging.
Okay, thank you. John C.
Thanks, Mark. It was a quick question regarding the measurement of efficacy of the cleaning. There's reference to a forensic search mechanism and a pilot taking place in October. I just wondered what the conclusion was.
Yeah, we haven't yet got the results. So they were using the sci-fi torch to highlight areas where there was organic material, and then taking swabs from those areas to see if that sort of tied in to show that areas hadn't been cleaned. So we're working with the university, but we haven't got the report on that yet, but I'll be happy to present that next time. It's really interesting work that they've not done before within healthcare organisations. It's been used more in criminal cases and things like that. So we haven't got that, but I will bring that back.
Thank you. Look forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy, finally.
Thank you. Thank you for that detailed presentation, Rebecca. At the beginning of the board meeting, we heard a patient and carer story, which highlighted a number of issues with the cleanliness of some of our hospital spaces. How are we tackling that? Because that is an issue that keeps recurring, and it's fairly basic standards.
I'm probably not the best person to answer, because the cleaning comes down to obviously the nursing staff for some items, but for the estate staff, the facility staff for others. And I think there's been problems with staffing in both of those. We do the cleaning for credits audits done regularly, although they're not done every month in every department, due again to lack of staffing. So I think there is improvements to be made, but it's the reporting process is through IPSG and will hopefully continue, but it's not ideal.
So what can we do to address that then? Because IPC standards aren't going to be effective if we haven't got the basic cleanliness standards in place.
Yeah, I think we have made quite a bit of progress recently in terms of highlighting, as I say, the C.diff rates. We've managed to we've looked back really at the deep cleaning that's not been done effectively with the high level disinfection. So we have actually made big improvements to get that high level disinfection back in as a sort of proactive and a reactive programme. I think there's also been moves made within YGC. They don't have the separate deep cleaning team, whereas the other two sites do. And I know there's moves as well there to help improve that, because I think that would make a big difference if they've got one team working on that. So there are some initiatives, but I think the staff vacancies still within facilities that we need to fill.
Okay, can I suggest that we have a report on this back to QSE committee, please, on the back of particularly the patient story, Angela? I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thanks, Rebecca. Rebecca, can you get in contact with Mandy for me and arrange for me to come out with you, and perhaps we could do a tour of the sites? I'd like to get a better sense of the work you and your team do. That's obviously
great.
And I've not been out with you, so that would be really helpful and appreciated by me, please.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Angela and Rebecca, thank you for the report. Very comprehensive and a good insight into the challenges that you're facing, Rebecca. So thanks for all the work that you're doing with the team. And we appreciate you're busy and probably going to get busier too.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Angela, should we move on again? It's all with you at the moment, isn't it? I'm afraid, but
No.
I can't help that, can I? It's so nurse staffing. Angela, and again, can we take the report as read, please?
Absolutely, absolutely. So obviously from a nurse staffing levels act for 2016, we have to have a formal annual presentation to the board. So this is what I'm presenting today. Just a couple of notes that I've actually put an extra process in as part of the review of the nurse staffing act levels, and identified with HR and finance that we would do a check and challenge meeting. So once the review had been undertaken by the senior teams in the IHCs, they had to then come and present it to me and the teams to identify whether I could ask questions around how many extra nurses they felt they needed, what was the acuity, for me to be able to triangulate the harms, the acuity and the request. That was a really positive meeting that we had with each of the IHCs, women's and children's mental health, etc. And I am confident that the numbers that I'm identifying within this paper are what we need to make sure that we've got safe and sustainable care should we be able to recruit to all of those posts. Obviously, we have got vacancies at the moment. The increase in these numbers will mean that we will have increased vacancies, but we will mitigate that by the temporary staffing we put in place from bank and agency. And on a day-to-day basis, those staffing levels are reviewed to ensure that we mitigate any risks. We move and redeploy staff as we need to, and we highlight and escalate through to the integrated health directors of nursing and myself. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Angela. Any questions? Linda.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd, a diolch yn fawr iawn I Angela hefyd am adroddiad cynhwysfawr a defnyddiol iawn. Mae o'n wedi cael ei drafod yn y pwyllgor yn gynharach, ac un peth gododd oedd bod yr arian ddim wedi cael ei clusnodi pe bynnag ar hyn o bryd, ar gyfer 180 o cynorthwywyd iechyd ac 26 o nyrsys proffesiynol. Ac oedden ni jyst eisiau gofyn i Angela, ydy hyn yn bryder iddi yn yr ystyr bod ar hyn o bryd bod yna diffyg i ni gyrraedd y nod ar ran disgwyliadau'r Llywodraeth. Ac oes yna gweithgareddau wedi cael i cydnabod i ni atal y diffyg yna? Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Linda. So this report is obviously the technical identification of what nurses we need against the Act. I have identified a deficit from a support to the budgets around making sure that these are met. I have met with finance and with the HR director to look at how we can make sure that we have got the resources to recruit into these posts should we be able to in the future. Obviously, we do have some significant vacancies within registered nurses, not so much within our support nurses, but we are working very closely to enable us to do that. And I'm confident we will get to a position where if there is somebody on the roster that we need to recruit to, then we will be able to support that. But it's something that we're working through as an exec team. We discussed it only yesterday at our meeting around INTP, and I'm happy with the discussions that I've had so far, Linda.
Dwi'n falch yn y glwad a da ni'n cam ymlaen felly. Yr unig beth arall wrach chi jyst i godi oedd y drafodaeth yn ystod cyfarfod y pwyllgor yn teimlo oedd yr adroddiad i hun yn defnyddiol iawn. Ond mi fydda fo'n werth wrach i ni cael gwybodaeth ychwanegol ynglyn â'r sgiliau sydd gennym ni angen a beth yw'r diffyg wrach yn rai manna ar gyfer sgiliau, ac wrth gwrs mae'r adroddiad yma ddim yn mynd mewn i manylder sgiliau. Ydy hyn yn rhywbeth ydych chi'n teimlo mi fydd o'n bosib i ni ddatblygu mwyn i ni ategu at y gwybodaeth sydd yn yr adroddiad?
Yeah, absolutely. We can provide that information around where our skills deficits are. I'm actually presenting doing a presentation at the workshop next week, identifying recruitment retention, and some of that identifies what skills we need to develop and how we can make sure we can provide safe care across the organisation. Working really closely with Sue Green and the team, we'll be able to provide the information around where our skills deficits are and whether we need to do different recruitment in different areas. We have been talking to HEIW around the potential for us to have some extra provision of training for our registrants to be able to become, from a general perspective, go to a paediatric course so that they can actually do some dual nurse training, and that's been very positively received by HEIW, and they are exploring it for me. So I think we've already identified some of the areas that we need to concentrate on, and we're more than happy to bring that back.
Falch iawn o glwad. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Angela.
Sue Green, did you want to comment?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Angela. We are working really closely together following the conversation we had at PPPH. One of the things we have been working through is how do we try and work together with Gareth, for example, from an allied health professionals and health sciences point of view, because there is something about, and Angela's involved in this work at North Wales level as well, the skills around the patient. So being very clear that there are a number of skills and therefore a number of professionals that can actually provide really great care from a patient point of view, with each professional working to the top of their license. So I wonder whether when we bring that report through VPPH, we make it more around those skills around the patient rather than a nursing report, a medic report, an allied health professionals report. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Linda's nodding, so I assume that's okay. Angela, thanks for the report. Are members, colleagues happy to receive the report that Angela's provided?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Angela, you want to come?
I just said thank you.
Oh, okay, that's all right. Talking about. So we'll now move on to primary care. Jill, are you taking this item?
Sorry, Mark. Nick has agreed to take this item, but I'll contribute because I've had quite a lot of input into it with Jim.
Okay, Nick.
Thank you, Chair. So assuming it is read, just to highlight, and of course primary care not just primary GP, general medical practitioner, but true primary care, is 80–90% of the care that this health board provides. Perhaps just to highlight the importance of the emerging primary care strategy that sits alongside our clinical services strategy, and huge recognition to Jill, your good self, and Jim and others for developing that strategy, and we will keep you posted, board colleagues, as that develops. I think I'd want to recognise the increased demands on not just on all aspects of primary care, but perhaps principally general medical practitioners and their practices. Extra demand at a time when they're already fragile and having sustainability issues is something we are very closely sighted on, and we'd want to recognise the commitment of the clinical teams. Perhaps just 2 or 3 other areas just to highlight. One, the advent of the Dental Academy, really to be applauded, those involved in setting it up, and huge optimism that this will start to transform and support some aspects of general dental practice. Recognise the opportunity within the new optometry contract. We've already heard about the challenges of eye care, and the new optometry contract will provide some context to allow true use of people's skills to support that program. And wouldn't want to leave out community pharmacy, which in our winter planning and our looking at alternative ways of delivering care, that winter plan, the role of the community pharmacy is absolutely key. Mark, I'm very happy to talk at length, but just wanted to highlight those areas and perhaps take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Okay, any questions? Lucy.
Thank you. So in terms of the current pressures that are described in the report for GMS, for example, although there is a section on improvement actions, it's not actually clear what actions are being taken to address those that are highlighted, because the two don't necessarily correlate. I recognise that what's in the report isn't everything that's being done. But there's that side of it, and I note as well that there's it's particularly highlighted the increased pressures on financial viability, which is really concerning. And I'm also concerned about our community pharmacy colleagues, and I have raised their vulnerability with Welsh Government. Whilst I welcome the increase in independent prescribers in community pharmacy, and I think that's absolutely the way to go, I think it's also really important that we're clear on exactly what our pharmacy independent prescribers will be able to prescribe, so that patients actually know where to go, and we don't end up putting them off if they go there thinking that they can get something that they're not going to be able to. Thanks.
Recognise everything you say, Lucy, and I suspect the solution will be different in different areas, where the role of the community pharmacy and the strength of different services varies across our health board geography. It may be better to take outside the meeting. I'm aware, for example, there was a very positive meeting with the Royal College of GPs yesterday that Jim McGuigan and others held in order to look at the way that both the sustainability and the quality of primary GP, general medical practitioner practice could respond to the current winter pressures. But Jim may be better placed to give you some of that detail, and that may, with your permission, Chair, be better to take outside this meeting.
Thank you. I'd be happy to do that, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. John, G, then Jill.
Yeah, the one point, it has been raised in previous meetings, and that's the issue of how we're actually measuring GMS and managed practices. I've had discussions outside of meetings with regard to managed practices not falling within the requirements for the particular standards for managed practices. So I just wonder, in terms of going forward, can we at some time perhaps have a clarification around where our managed practices are in relation to GMS contracted, is the general point. And the other one to take offline afterwards. I recently did a ward walkabout, and I was very surprised to find that patients sometimes were not being discharged because they wouldn't, the risk level for medication, because they were unable to obtain blister packs from community pharmacies, meant that the ward was not prepared to release a patient because of the risk level. So I know it's a very operational aspect, but as we're trying to move patients through the system, there seems to be a blockage there in terms of the support back in the community setting. Thanks.
Thank you, John. We received at QSE, Lucy may wish to comment, a detailed interim report from the RCGP around the issues within managed practices, the particular quality concerns and the particular fragility of those practices, but also some fantastic examples of good practice. I think there is yet more opportunity for us to find differences in sustainability and differences in quality between our various practices. And I certainly wouldn't want to say managed practice bad, GMS practice good. It's not as clear cut as that. Jim and I have met with one of our largest managed practices recently, who are very keen to develop their pathway back to GMS, which we would applaud, but I think there are many different responses. I hear what you say about the medication as well, and the way of ensuring that daily doses are presented safely. It's been a perennial problem within the NHS, and perhaps alongside our red bag and other work is something we could perhaps continue to take forward. And I've taken an action to catch up with Jim outside this meeting to see how we can do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, John. Jill.
Just to add on to some of the comments that have been made, just want to applaud the team on the work that they are doing around the accelerated cluster development, but also the ambition they have within that, particularly around unscheduled care and the joining up of services. And you'll have heard us talk about the urgent primary care centres and co-location, as well as location in other areas across the patch. And I will say that the work that Jim has been leading with multidisciplinary colleagues to progress this has been quite considerable. So I just want to give my thanks to the team to the work that they've done and continuing to do it. The conversation I had with Jim just last week was we need to do more in primary care to support and lead on unscheduled care in a way that they perhaps haven't had the opportunity to do so before. So I think a lot of ambition there, and the comments that are coming from here I think will add to that ambition. So thank you.
Thanks, Jill. Nick, a couple of questions from me. We saw quite a significant uplift in the use of video consultation during COVID. As we came out of COVID, we started to see that drop off. Any sense of where we are now, Nick, and whether we got opportunity to recover the drop off, particularly given the demands being described in this paper around primary care?
Certainly opportunity there, Mark. I think we also have to work with the population we serve, because I think there is an understandable expectation from large segments of our population that actually they want that face-to-face consultation. Quite a lot of international research at the moment, which I think can help the opportunity, understanding where phone, where video, and where face-to-face consultation can be considered. And I know Jim and others are looking at that within the primary care strategy, but yes, there is opportunity.
Thank you. So in terms of the table on page 6 bottom, should we be concerned that only one practice in the East, for example, have updated their escalation level in the last month or so?
It'd be foolish for me to speculate in the absence of subject matter experts, Mark. Yes, either this is encouraging or there's a complacency and it's not just updated. If it would be acceptable, I'll ask the appropriate people to update you outside the meeting.
That would be helpful. And then final paragraph, Nick, refers to a paper on ACP going to a different meeting. Any idea which meeting that is?
No. But I will update you outside the meeting.
Because you have told me outside the meeting. Thanks very much. Okay, our colleagues happy to receive this report and to note those things that are listed under recommendations on the template for the report.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Nick, for fielding that item with Jill. Okay, Teresa, we move on to your report on mental health and wellbeing, please.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd, yna i gadw o'n fyr, ond diolch yn fawr iawn am y cyfle i gyflwyno heddiw'r adroddiad blynyddol. Dyma'r adroddiad cynta'r sbelan, mae'n rhaid mi ddeud, oherwydd fuon ni mwrthi yn ystod y cyfnod prysura Covid, mi oedd y tîm i gyd wla yn gweithio ar Covid. A tro dwytha nes I sgwennu, ro'n i'n trafod amddiffyn a diogelu iechyd, dwi'n cofio'r teitl, amddiffyn a ffynnu Protect and Prosper oedd yr enw. A pwy fysa di meddwl lle oeddan ni am y 2 flynedd dwytha. Pandemic go iawn ar rafan a welwn ni o'r blaen, o ran yn oedran ni beth bynnag, ac rhywbeth byd eang go iawn, rhywbeth oedd yn dod â ni gyd at yn gilydd. Felly na I ma'r adrodd Covid heddiw. Bydden ni'n gorfod meddwl am y thema ar gyfer yr adroddiad yma eleni, a penderfynu mynd amdani ar lles meddyliol, ddim gymaint iechyd meddwl, lles feddyliol. Hynny yw, gymaint o bobl wedi cael ei effeithio yn ystod y cyfnod Covid o ran ei iechyd. Covid I effeithio rei yn wahanol, rei wedi mwynhau y cyfnod clo fel petai ar ffyrlo, lleill wrth gwrs wedi cael ei effeithio yn anferthol, a gymaint o bobl wedi colli anwylwyd yn ystod y cyfnod yma. Felly, mynd ati I sgwennu ar lles meddyliol, mae'r adroddiad yna dros y manylion I gyd. Erbyn bora yma, mae'r adroddiad wedi mynd yn rhyngweithiol ar y wefan. Mae o'n interactive erbyn hyn. Mae gennych chi fersiwn fflat ar eich iPads a'i aelodau I gyd, ond mae o rwan yn rhyngweithiol. Allwch chi fynd trwy'r tabs I gyd a neidio o'r graffs, dwi'n meddwl sydd yn hynod bwysig, dangos sefyllfa Gogledd Cymru, ac hefyd mynd at rhai o'r astudiaethau achos da ni wedi cael straeon arbennig gan bobl draws Gogledd Cymru. Felly, wrach na I adael I fanna bron, ond o'i mi ddeud diolch. Dwi angen diolch i'r trydydd sector ac eisiau'n atgoffa diwrnod o blaen am eu pwysigrwydd nhw a pam da ni'n sôn am y criw o bobl allan sy'n helpu ni ar lles meddyliol. Felly dwi am I deud diolch iddyn nhw yn gyntaf. Diolch hefyd i'r partneriaid sector gyhoeddus. Ond mi welwch chi, mae yna rhagair arbennig gen Dr Alberto, ond hefyd gen yn is-gadeirydd Lucy, a dwi'n diolchgar i'r ddau am cefnogi'r adroddiad leni. Oherwydd pwrpas yr adroddiad ydy ysgogi sgwrs ynglŷn â be fedrwn ni wneud yn hunain fel unigolion, be fedrwn ni wneud fel cymdeithas, ac wrth gwrs be llith y system I wneud, a gwaith system di hwn go iawn swn i'n deud. Wedyn yn ola, na I dynnu'ch sylw chi at y 4 thema yna sydd yn manylu beth wnawn ni wneud I diogelu'n lles, sef bod mewn iechyd corfforol da, da chi gyd yn gwybod, heb iechyd meddyliol sgynnoch chi'n iechyd corfforol, mae'r ddau ynghlwm. Bod amgylchedd diogel I deulu ac I ffrindiau nawr ac yn y dyfodol, ac yn I gweithio tuag at hynny. Yn drydydd bod yr rhan o gymuned a cefnogi'n gilydd, a wedyn bod yr rhydd o straen ariannol, ac wrth gwrs mae hwnna, dwi'n meddwl, ar yn meddyliau ni gyd. A nid yn unig gwaith o bwr iechyd ydy hwn, ond rhywbeth sy'n angen I drafod, wrth gwrs, yn gyd o'n byrddau partneriaethau ni ac yn y gymdeithas yn gyffredinol. Felly, ar ddiwedd yr adroddiad, mi welwch chi'r galwadau weithredu sydd wedi cael ei rhoi fewn. Ac yn syml, dwi'n gofyn i'r bwrdd cefnogi, ond hefyd I ni cael y sgwrs ehangach yn y maes partneriaethau, a dwi'n edrych ymlaen I gweithio efo Helen I wneud yn siŵr fod ni'n lledu'r geiriau yma. Gynta, bod ni'n mabwysiadu dull 5 ffordd at lles, a da ni wedi trafod hyn yn y bwrdd o'r blaen. Cymrwch sylw, cysylltu, bod yn weithgar, daliwch ati I ddysgu a rhoi. Yr ail un, wrth gwrs, ydy ystyried y 5 maes, a mae hwnna fewn y ddogfen, a da I chi ddarllen hwnna'n fanylach. Ac yr un ola, I ni ddal I siarad am ffrindiau, teuluoedd, neu trio cael cymunedau I weithio fo'n gilydd. Mae hynna'n bwysig. Nid yn unig pan da ni o dan straen neu bod na stres yn y system, ond drwy gydol yr amser, sa'n byd gwell na cyfathrebu. Wedyn, mae'r adroddiad o'ch blaen chi heddiw, fydda ni'n symud ymlaen ac yn rhannu hwn efo partneriaid, ond braint mawr ydi o I mi cael sgwennu adroddiad annibynnol fel maen nhw'n I alw, ond I fi ysgogi'r sgwrs na am bwysigrwydd lles meddyliol a'r gwahaniaeth mae hynna'n neud, a'n enwedig ar amser fel hyn, geia go calad o'n blaena ni, be allwn ni wneud I edrych ar ôl yn hunain ac edrych ar ôl anwylwyd ac hefyd yn teuluoedd am ffrindiau ac yn y gweithle. Na I orffan o fanna, diolch yn fawr iawn Cadeirydd a fodlon cymryd cwestiynau. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Teresa. Linda.
Dim ond yn fras, Cadeirydd, gai croesawu'r adroddiad yma fawr iawn ar sawl lefel. Mae'n adroddiad sydd yn hawdd i ddarllen. Dwi'n siŵr mae'n adroddiad bydd pobl yn ffindio yn defnyddiol iawn. A mae'n adroddiad hefyd sydd yn ysgogi'r cychoedd, dwi'n teimlo, i cymeryd ran ac i cymeryd diddordeb yn y maes allweddol yma. Felly hoffwn ni yn personol croesawu'r adroddiad yn fawr iawn. Croesawu'r ffordd a'r fformat mae wedi cael ei cyflwyno. A diolch i Teresa a phawb sy'n cysylltiedig ar adroddiad am adroddiad dwi'n teimlo sydd yn helpu ni fel bwr iechyd i ddeall y sefyllfa ac hefyd hwyrach i ni ganolbwyntio ar y meysydd yna lle mae angen i ni gwella iechyd meddwl ein cymunedau. Diolch.
Thanks, Linda. Lucy, then here. Lucy.
Diolch, Teresa. I was very happy to support this report and this work. Really important that we empower people with regard to mental well-being. There's so much that we can do to support each other, and coming into the pressured times that we're dealing with at the moment, I think that side of it's really important, and the more we can communicate that, the better. I'm very happy as well to pick this up as part of the Together for Mental Health Partnership Board too, so that we can work with our stakeholders to look after each other. Diolch.
You.
Wel, just i diolch am hwn, dwi'n meddwl bod o'n papur oedd yn hawdd i ddarllen. Just her bach yn ôl, Teresa, sut ni'n gwybod bod hwn wedi cyrraedd y bobl sy'n wir angen cael sgwrs am hyn o fewn ein cymunedau, a sut wyt ti'n mynd i mesur effaith yr adroddiad yma, bod o ddim yn rhywbeth sy'n jyst yn cael ei gadael mewn cypyrdde gwasanaethau cyhoeddus ar draws Gogledd Cymru, ond bod o'n cyrraedd y bobl sy'n fe medru helpu, a fedrwn ni defnyddio y tîm gyfathrebu sgen i o fewn Betsi Cadwaladr i helpu ni wneud hwn yn mwy pwysig yn rhan o bywyd bob dydd Gogledd Cymru. Diolch.
Os ga i ddod yn ôl, Cadeirydd, diolch fawr iawn, Hugh, diolch i Lucy ac i Linda am yr sylwadau ac yn ddiolchgar iawn am eich cefnogaeth chi. A'i ati o ran eich cwestiynau chi, Hugh, mae'r bodlon iawn efo'r her. Dyna di'r her bob flwyddyn efo adroddiad blynyddol pan da ni'n ei wneud nhw. Ond mae gynnon ni dîm gwych o fewn y bwr iechyd erbyn hyn, ac wrth gwrs ers y cyntaf o Hydref, mae'r tîm yn rhan o'r bwr iechyd yn llawn, ac o'r herwydd dwi'n teimlo fod gynnon ni ffordd i fewn i'n cymunedau ni ac i'r byrdda partneriaeth gwahanol. Nid yn unig y bwrdd partneriaeth cyhoeddus, y gwahanol rei ar draws Gogledd Cymru, ond hefyd byrddau fel yr cymunedau diogelwch neu'r bwrdd APB cynllunio ran yr ardal. Mi fyddai'n gofyn i'r tîm am bod gynnon ni cysylltiadau hefo bob un ardal a'r partneriaethau o fewn yr ardaloedd i fod yn trafod hwn. Wedyn, dwi'n teimlo fod gynnon ni ddull go dda o rhannu, ond wrth gwrs fel da chi'n deud, y her ydi fod o'n eista ar y silff yn y gornel, oherwydd da ni isio sgogi'r y sgwrs, so da ni wedi trio sgwennu'r ddogfen yn haws tro hyn, newid y steil mymryn fel bod o'n denu pobl, a dwi'n ddiolchgar i Karen Bryson a'r tîm am y gwaith yna. Dwi yn teimlo, di hwn ddim yn mynd i newid y byd ar ben ei hun, dwi'n gwybod hynny, ond dwi'n gobeithio fydd o'n helpu pawb i fynd ati i drafod y pwnc ac i'n helpu ni. Ond wrth gwrs mae gynnon ni dulliau i asesu iechyd meddwl. Mae gynnon ni sgôr yr SF36 ag ati, a mae heina'n dŵad drwodd yr gwybodaeth yn dŵad drwy scores. Ond fel arfer, asesiadau blynyddol dyn nhw, maen nhw'n arolga service da ni'n neud o ran y poblogaeth. Mi fydd hynny'n rhoi rhywfaint o wybodaeth i ni. Ond dwi'n meddwl mae'ch sylw ola chi, Hugh, ydy y cyswllt na hefo'n criw cyfathrebu ac ymgysylltu. A dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn i Helen, mae criw Helen di'n helpu ni rwan i wneud yn siŵr fod hwn ar y we, fod o'n hawdd i'w ddefnyddio. A mi fyddai'n gobeithio gallu rhannu o fel bod o rhywbeth da ni yn gallu trafod hefo'n cymunedau pan da ni'n mynd allan fel bwrdd iechyd i drafod efo'n poblogaeth. Wedyn, dwi'n hyderus bydd hwnna'n rhywbeth allwn ni wneud. Dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn i Helen am ei chefnogaeth bob amser efo'r gwaith fel hyn. ond her go iawn Hugh dwi'n cydnabod.
Diolch, Mark. Can I just come back on that?
Yeah, sure, briefly.
Yeah.
Hugh, yeah.
Na, diolch am hynny, Teresa. So ni'n mynd i cael sgwrs tu allan i cyfarfod i weld sut ydych chi'n cyrraedd cymunedau fel, os llai sôn amdano Llanelidan, enghraifft. Her go dda, yn her sy'n ni'n licio bod yn rhan o cefnogi sut ydych chi'n mynd i wneud hynny. Ond diolch am hynny. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, so lots of support for the report. Thanks, Teresa, for providing the report. And if there's more you want from us as a board in moving the free ask forward, could you let us know? And presumably you will pick up with Helen, as you've already referred to, the opportunities around internal communication with the workforce.
Wrth gwrs.
Your attention, yes.
Wrth gwrs. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Well, yeah. Okay, so we then move on to item 3.deg, which is the approved conditions. That is a consent item. Are colleagues happy to take that by way of consent, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are now at break time. We are running behind, as you well know by now. So we'll have a break and we'll have it for 25 minutes if that's okay. So it's, let's say 13:20 now. So can we come back at 13:45, please?
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, 13:45, Jagmalia. Mi ofyn i dechrau os gwelwch yn dda. I'd like to start again, please, if I may. The next item is under governance, and it's the targeted intervention report. Jill, are you ready to take this, or is it Nick?
I think this will be me, if that's okay, Mark, but I'm sure Jill may want to come in. I think the subject in the paper is well known to board members, having been discussed at length in board workshops. For me, the importance with which the board is taking the targeted intervention work is evidenced by the meetings that have taken place over recent days and weeks, as shown on page 4. And I think it is our real intention as we concentrate on this work to really bring this centre to the board's business and to ensure that the language within the targeted intervention work is reflected in the language and our approach in the corporate risk register and in much of our other structure. The ask at board is to formally approve the scores on page 10 of the report, the self-assessment scores, and to I also, of course, want to recognise the incredible amount of work that is going into those scores. It's probably very happy to answer questions, Mark, but I think we've discussed at some length outside this meeting the reasons behind the self-assessment, it's always that delicate balance between recognizing the hard work of the teams involved and wishing to aspire to them to be optimistic, yet at the same time be very realistic about what, particularly over the coming winter, is going to be realistic in terms of the evidence and to ensure that there is clear understanding of and justification for those scores. I think the only other point I'd note that to move from a 2 to 3 is an incredible amount of work. And I think Phil and others have really been looking at the detail behind this and also discussing with other health boards who are on a similar journey. So very happy to provide any further detail, Mark, but perhaps more appropriate just to take questions. Diolch.
So thanks, Nick, for that introduction. Can I take colleagues to page 2 then? The central purposes of the report, and Nick has alluded to the fact that we have discussed this at length now in prior meetings. But the central purpose of the report is to secure our agreement for the self-assessment scores listed on page 2 in the table at the top for November 2022, for May 23, and for November 23. Are colleagues happy to endorse those self-assessment scores?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you. I will take us straight off of that item then, having agreed those self-assessment scores. And thanks, Nick, for bringing the report to us. We'll then move on to the Chair's action reports. And as usual, I would ask that wherever possible, we clear these as we go through without much intervention or discussion. So Cabinet report, I have nothing to escalate from to the board. I chair Cabinet, as you know, and it covers the September and November Cabinet meetings, that report. John Peethig, there is an escalation of savings delivery and overall financial forecast, which we'll come on to when we get to the finance report and also the recovery plan. Okay. Is there anything you wanted to mention?
No, that's the main concern is the recovery and the financial performance, but there's papers to cover that, so we can raise things there.
Thank you. Linda, for PPPH, there's nothing requiring escalation to the board, but you have referenced some concerns that existed around the IMTP, and as we referred to earlier, you've been in active dialogue with Chris in that regard, and we've got a plan now coming to the workshop on the 15th. Is there anything else you wanted to highlight from your report?
Na, hwnna oedd y prif peth. Mae yna un o ddau o pethau eraill, cadeirydd, ond maen nhw wedi cael ei gyfro o dan eitemau eraill ar yr agenda. Yn iawn, diolch. Oni bai bod yna unrhyw gwestiwn gan unrhyw aelod o'r bwrdd. Diolch.
It doesn't look like it, diolch, Linda. LPF, Sue, is yours. There's nothing for escalation to the board as I see it within the report. Is there anything you wanted to highlight, Sue?
No, thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Sue. Mental Health Capacity and Compliance Committee. Again, nothing to escalate to the board. Anything, Lucy, Teresa, you want to highlight?
No, I'm happy to take the report as read. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Teresa. We'll then move on to QSC Committee. There is a reference in there to escalations being raised to the board after the July QSC Committee, which we're well aware of. Lucy, is there anything you want to flag, discuss from your report?
I don't think so, Chair. I mean, we have discussed that at the last board meeting, and Angela has provided a response as to her plan to address. It's an area we will obviously need to keep an eye on to make sure that it makes progress, but I'm content with the response to date. Thank you.
Thank you. TI Improvement Steering Group reports. Jill, they're yours, but I don't see anything in there that we need to discuss, particularly given we've just dealt with a TI report and self-assessment scores. Are you happy to move through that item as well? Jill?
Sorry, I couldn't get my mute button off. Yes.
Thank you. Right, we'll move on then, if we may, to the performance and delivery items. And the first is the IPQR report. Rob, Rob, you are taking this, you put the video on. Rob, I suggest, unless there's some questions take us in a different direction, that we don't focus on planned care and unscheduled care, because we've had updates on those in this meeting already. If there's anything else you want to highlight, Rob, in terms of other sections of the report, then by all means do so.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was conscious we've already spoken about planned and unscheduled care. So if I just assume the report has been read, I'll just highlight a couple of areas other than those two just mentioned that may need further discussion. In terms of static position in month cancer 62 days, and also CAMS assessments remain significantly below the 80% target. Declining position in month is complaints responded to in a timely manner are trending downwards and have been for the last 9 months now. Stroke care measures consistently poor across the organisation, and the other one was ambulance handovers, but we have spoken about that already. So they're the areas that I wanted to highlight, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Okay, I'll turn to questions now. Any questions in terms of the IPQR? There's no hands going up, Rob, but I've got a couple of questions that are probably
Sorry, Mark Lucy's hand is up.
Oh, okay, Lucy, it went up a bit late. Lucy.
Sorry, I was struggling to get the button. Just a very quick one in relation to page 11. It talks about the urgent primary care centres. Is that all of the urgent primary care centres, or is that just Wrexham, please?
I'd have to check, to be honest, Lucy. I would assume it would be all, but I'll have to just check for you and let you know after the meeting. Okay.
The reason I ask is because previously it's been just Wrexham, and
Okay.
we did then ask for it to be clearly flagged whether it was Wrexham or all of them. Thank you.
Okay, I'll check.
Cheryl.
Thanks very much, Chair. A question around cancer, please. How are we balancing catching up on the planned care with the diagnostics needs for urgent cancer investigations? That's a big concern. And also the wait for urgent appointments, dermatology. I think in the West, there's a 10-week wait just to be seen, I gather, as opposed to actually being treated. And in Central, there's people are in contact about 6-week and 8-week waiting lists for tests, or to see people, let alone tests. So be really interested in your responses. Thank you.
Nick.
Thank you, Cheryl. Obviously, cancer is an area that's hugely important to us, and an area where Betsy has been doing very well post-pandemic, but perhaps one where our improvement trajectories are not where they should be. It's also an area that, implied in your question, is one perhaps where the treat in turn approach is less easy because of the differing priorities for patients. Remembering also, just what we all know, is that patients with a concern that they may have cancer, the vast majority don't end up having cancer. But the worry and stress while you're waiting to know that is immense. We are having a huge focus, particularly on some pathways. You mentioned dermatology. I'd also highlight head and neck and one or two other areas where we have particular concerns. And we are holding a cancer summit with some of the national leads to ensure that we remain focused on this. Technically, we do remain on trajectory. I wouldn't want to be too pessimistic, but I think the fragility of some of the pathways means that we need to hang on to that and also make sure that we continue to try to exceed our trajectories. But happy to take any further detail outside, Gerald.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Yes, I think an update on oncology staffing out of here would be great. Thank you very much indeed, Nick.
Jill, do you want to come in too?
Yeah, so happy to update you outside as suggested, but it would be remiss of me not to say that Mark and I met with some of the cancer staff, the oncology staff the other day, and it was a really positive meeting in relation to looking at all the pathways, Cheryl, looking at different ways of ensuring that patients got the appropriate care, and they welcomed both the summit that we're proposing with with all Wales, but also one within the northwest of England. The other thing they're very keen to explore to support recruitment, and I've not had an opportunity to catch up with the team yet, is what we can do about particularly joint research posts with those organisations that have got a much higher research profile. So there's a lot of positivity in there, but recognise that there are challenges. In terms of the other thing that would be remiss of me not to say is we had our latest Cancer Partnership Board, which Nick chaired on behalf of myself. And again, I think the feedback, because we do have service users on that group, was incredibly positive. So we know there's work to do, Chair. I would suggest that the targets are too low, but you know I would. It is a very anxious time for anybody. So, but the team are absolutely committed to it. And again, Mark, I think it would be remiss of me not to call out the additional work that's going on in order to facilitate those pathways being as swift as they can, and thank the staff that have been involved in that.
You're on mute, Mark.
I am. Thanks, Richard. And we carried out a helpful visit to the Cancer Centre, Jill, I thought, on Monday when we saw some of the staff there. Richard.
Mark. Do we have statistics on the number of beds that we currently have blocked due to an inability to discharge at the end of the process due to ongoing care considerations, and how are those figures moving in terms of trends? And if we were to free up those beds somehow, what the impact would be on statistics further down the line, particularly ambulance wait times? Thanks.
I think the patients waiting, effectively patients blocked in beds waiting to be discharged, was part of the an earlier report. That was either the unscheduled care reports or the planned care reports, but we do have the data. And Jill has asked us to, and she mentioned it before, assess what the actual cost is of those patients who are medically fit for discharge. So it's a piece of work we've started over the last couple of days. We're actually having discussions about what's the true cost that we can assign, because if somebody's in a bed, they're not incurring full treatment costs because they're obviously being treated. So it's more of a hotel costs. So that piece of work has been asked by Jill, and we're just working through it. So we can share that with you, Richard, when it's complete.
It was in the unscheduled care report, but I can see Phil's put his hand up.
Yeah, it was. It's 250 beds, and over the last 12 months, it's gone as high as 337 at its peak that I know of, just to give you some sense of scale.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. John G.
Yeah, thanks. It's just a practical point. Within the report, there are a number of areas where they talk about the target being 12-month reduction or 12 months improve. We are actually up to the 12 months, or will be next month, on a number of these. And I just wonder, in terms of the report format, how will we be having the information around where the base information is coming from? Because obviously it becomes a rolling 12-month in the way the report is figured at the moment. And I would also query whether a target of a 12-month reduction is actually appropriate, whether it should actually be numerical or a percentage, just so we are fully mindful of where the changes are. Thanks.
Thanks for that, John. I think yeah, you're right to recognise the 12-month reduction, and I'll speak to the team about what we'll need to do as well. That's a stock take to say 12 months on, have we seen that 12-month reduction? And also ask them views about how we present the data going forward, because possibly an absolute number is easier to monitor against as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, can I pick up some items as well then, please? Teresa, I'm not sure whether this is best placed with you, but the CAMS and the challenges we face there, the mental health measures are varying around their performance, particularly the second Part B. What's your take, Tracer, on CAMS and where we stand at the moment in terms of our resilience of the service, please?
Thank you. I'll speak in English. I don't lead on CAMS, but I was at the IQPD meeting this week where we went through some of the CAMS work and through the adult mental health. I think it has been challenging for CAMS with the demand, and I think that in terms of the work for trajectories, that has been accounted for. Hopefully with people coming on board, it will see a turnaround. Clearly there's clear pressure on that area of work, but equally the team, I felt, answered very well at the IQPD meeting in terms of the challenges. And I'm aware that they're having at least fortnightly, if not more often now, meetings with the DU unit to work through the challenges and to make sure that the pace is there in the activity. I don't know if Jill or anyone wants to come in who's at IQPD, but I think that regular battle rhythm in terms of supporting the system, I think will be helpful and will yield benefit. Diolch.
Okay, thanks, Tracer. One, Rob, for you, probably the bottom of page 48, Rob, there's reference to neurodevelopment. The phases 1 and 2 have been paid on contract and paid on referral with the delivery outstanding. It looks like we've held back on payment for phase 3. Presumably, Rob, we won't release phase 3 until we're really clear about the delivery against contract. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah, hence why we've held back.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Teresa. Some positive signs in terms of adult mental health services in terms of the first part of the measure. Second part of the measure still seems challenged, but in terms of the first part of the measure, it may be red, but it seems to be improving. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, so though it is challenging and it is rather fragile to say the least, but there is a proactive management of the activity. The team currently are trying to work through some of the long waiters as well as working on those who are due to be seen. So there's just that balance to be achieved, which is probably just affecting performance, but overall improving, I would say. Certainly there's been investment in that area and I'm grateful for that support to move it forward, but it is a constant challenge given the referral levels and the demand. And of course, earlier we mentioned the Conwy Valley incident, and there is a mental health need there. So there's a constant demand that colleagues are meeting, but overall, still hoping that we will meet the trajectory by the end of March as planned.
Thank you. Lucy?
Thank you. Can I just add to that? Because we're hoping to launch the 111 Press 2 service in January, which will give people a single point of access in the event of a crisis, and could be, game changing from the perspective of the level of support and care that we will be able to provide to our patients out there who are finding themselves in a crisis situation. There'll be no inclusion or exclusion criteria. People will be able to access that, and they won't be passed on. They will be dealt with there and then over the phone. And we were hoping, of course, to launch it next month, but it's been delayed. But that's just going to be an amazing service and such a change to our patients. So I just wanted to raise that, really, because that potentially will make a huge difference to so many people.
Thank you. Gareth, in terms of therapies, it's good to see that the therapy waits is starting to come down gradually. What's your take, please, in terms of therapies and capacity to deliver and get that waiting list down still further, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think my take at the moment is that positive trajectory will continue. I think most of the focus, it remains on physiotherapy because of the numbers involved, although there are some pressures in audiology and speech and language therapy and OT as well. The physiotherapy plans remain on track, I think, to make sure we deliver everyone under 52 weeks, and then moving into next year, a sustained improvement, in part, we hope, because physical capacity improves at some point next year. So the key variable really for us is our staffing, which has been challenging, in particular in the centre this year. So yeah, I I remain optimistic that we're on the right trajectory, and we'll stay there.
Okay, thanks, Gareth. Thanks for that. Suji, can I ask you a couple of questions, please, about the workforce information? The first is that staff positive cases are starting to rise. So, what's your take on that in terms of resilience of the workforce, please?
Okay, so in the September data, that had started to rise a little bit. We saw that through October. We've actually seen a bit of a downward, I don't want to say this too loud, but a downward trend in terms of COVID-related absence. We have those started to see a correlating upward trend in terms of other levels of absence. Not quite at the normal levels for November and December yet, but certainly look as though we're on an upward trajectory in terms of absence levels, which, as we know, is not unusual at this time of year, but it's something we're keeping a close eye on.
Thank you. Then the second question I've got, Sue, is around PADR. The proportion of staff who've never had a PADR has increased quite noticeably in the last period. In that last box column on the right. What's your take on that, please?
So we have had more of a deep dive. We're in the middle of another deep dive into the data, because we know that some people who have joined the organisation have been included in those figures, and they wouldn't have had their PADR until the 6-month point. So we're validating some of the data. We are aware, though, that there are some patches in the organisation where pre-COVID and actually through COVID, we'd started to do some solid work with the leaders in the area around team appraisal, for example, which is something that people were particularly keen on, and a number of us have experienced elsewhere. Some of those actions have been just subsumed by some of the volume of activity that people are working through. So we're working through now with the new IHC, so the Integrated Health Community leadership teams, together with some of the key corporate teams, as to, okay, so how do we move that forward? This is also linked into pay progression, because, of course, we now have to positively confirm that somebody can move through their pay scales. We have given A, cost of living, and B, the amount of flux in the organisation over the last few months, been working really hard with managers so that staff members aren't suffering detriment as a result of some of those volume issues, but that will only last for so long. So a number of my teams are working with the hotspots to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to increase those PADR levels, and of course then make sure that we're not artificially progressing people through the pay scales because they haven't been able to have their PADR.
Thanks, Sue. Then finally, and it's in the finance report as well, I know, but non-core pay spend increasing. There's references in the reports as to why that's occurring. But again, your take on, are we going to be living with that for a while, do you think? And what are the options around getting it back down again?
Yeah, so, and this is a conversation that we've been having with PPPH and PFIG, and are going to be doing a more detailed report through as part of the workforce performance report to PFIG. So there are elements of it that are purposeful spend, so particularly linked to our planned care recovery, and others that aren't, and actually relate either to vacancies that haven't been filled, or relate to some of the issues that Angela has highlighted with the Nurse Staffing Act, and the disconnect with budgets, etc., but also increased subject matter expertise. So we know, for example, that we've really increased our reliance upon programme management. So one of the things that we've been working through, and there was a session earlier this week, even just to try and progress this at a greater pace, is, okay, so if these are some of the core skill sets that we need, how do we get these in the organisation rather than constantly requiring additional resource to cover that? So there is a dedicated team being set up to focus on reduction in agency spend. And that's linking with some work that we're doing with Welsh Government as well around conversion of agency spend to flexible workforce spend, i.e. reducing the agency fee burden on the organisation. So that's a piece of work that, again, we're reporting through to PFIG on. I think there's quite a bit of work that we need to do, to better categorise our non-core spend and what it's aligned to, so the activity it's aligned to. Better forecast the non-core spend as part of some of the other proposals and plans that are coming forward. So, for example, winter, planned care, unscheduled care, etc. And then make sure that we are constantly looking at, okay, so what are the alternatives to premium agency specifically? It's much better if we spend the Welsh pound in Wales on our own workforce. And so there's something there about conversion that has to be our priority at this point.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks, Sue. Right, let's move off of the IPQR then, if we may, and we'll move on to the annual plan monitoring report. Chris.
I think this is Rob.
Yeah, if I just introduce it first, Chair. Chris will just briefly, 49 projects or programmes are being monitored through the report. We've got 24 that are on track, 19 on track, off track with mitigations. Some of the got specific issues that would appear around recruitment within mental health, which is delaying some of their programmes. And just finally, we've got 4 programmes on hold and 2 not progressing. So take any questions from there.
Thank you. And the delivery of the items in the plan are monitored through the committees as well. So we'll also recognise there's other work going on in terms of scrutiny of this report. Any questions? John?
Thanks, Mark. It's not so much a question as more a concern, I think, in that we've had a number of conversations to try and improve the report to give us what we need. And I for one, and I think I'm probably speaking for Lucy and Linda maybe as well, that the report doesn't give us what we want, and we haven't got to a point where it enunciates what's needed in terms of understanding the programs and the projects that are there, what the objectives are, what the benefits are, and to be able to then understand what the blockages are or the remedial actions may be if things are off track. It's great having milestones. For me, that's a good thing, but the narrative becomes a bit more like a stream of consciousness, and I'm not sure it's really giving us, from a board point of view, a clear grasp of where we are. And given that we've had a number of discussions, I'm not sure we'll get to a rectification of this before we get to the end of the year. And I was wondering whether we even change focus now to redesigning this to start in the next year, to be able to bottom this out in some way to really get a grip with what's necessary. There are a number of examples out there that might give us a better example of how to do this. I've numerous times I've said I'd rather see something like a Gantt chart, but that I've got a planning background to a certain extent where I knew where every nut and bolt was in terms of a manufacturing process. So it just feels we've got a complex environment, but it's not giving us that high level understanding of progress against plans. Right.
So I see Linda and Chris want to come in, but before they come in, can I just make a suggestion? We need to crack this, don't we? It's not in any of our interests not to get to a point whereby we've got a plan that we all think is suitable. I do feel for our executive colleagues and teams, because we have been around this block with them a few times as well. So I would suggest, Chris, that what we need to do is perhaps you and team or you and Sue's team to meet with the 3 main committee chairs and try and crack this once and for all. I think that's the best way to do this now. Let's get you in a room together, however you want to do it, Chris, and try and resolve this, because it's in our interest as a board, as I say, to resolve this once and for all. Chris?
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Sue and I would value that. I think the performance team have been focused upon improving some of the other reports. This one clearly needs a lot of work doing, but exactly what you've just described now, John, is the conversation that we've had as well, and whether or not it makes sense to commence from the beginning of next year with a new report and be clear about what that looks like with yourselves as committee chairs. So I'd certainly welcome that. It ties very well with some of the work we'll bring to you in workshop in terms of the benefits realization and the implementation plans and how they need to move into a more mature space in the next year from an IMTP perspective. And in doing that, we're really clear that we need to be capturing the important gateways and milestones against which we can report. And one of the difficulties we have with this report is retrofitting midway through the year. So if we could have that conversation, I'm pretty clear that we're all in the same space on this.
Yeah, I'd welcome that to have a session. We have tried this a number of times, I think, in the past, but I think one of the difficulties with the format at the moment is it's based on an interactive system. And whilst I fully support the nature of being able to try and get to an interactive mechanism for board reporting, we need something that's static. So it needs to have that output that's a static record. And we're not seem to be hitting the right balance at the moment from my perspective. But no, let's sit in a room and deal with it. I can provide a number of examples of ways I'd like to see it, and I'm sure others can as well. And then maybe we can get to a conclusion.
That would be excellent. Thank you, John.
Okay, so I'll leave you to pick that up outside as we just agreed. Will your office arrange that, Chris, for us? Thank you. And then there are a couple of things I just want to pick up in terms of this report as it appears before us today. So it's good, I think, to see that stroke services has now been finally unlocked following the engagement with the CHC around service planning committee and service change. So it refers to the design and construction being commissioned during Q3. So that's good to see, because we've been holding on to that for some time now. And in terms of the radiology sustainability work, Chris or Rob, it shows it as not progressing and is now part of plan care. So does that mean that Phil is picking that up then? And if you are, Phil, we have got a high radiology weight at the moment, so it'd be helpful to understand, if you are picking it up in plan care, Phil, what the plan is to address the concerns that exist around wait times.
Yeah, that's fine. I need to have a conversation on that, because it wasn't on my radar, but it doesn't mean to say we can't pick it up, particularly given some of the other conversations with Jackie and others around diagnostics.
All right, thanks. So I'll leave that to you then, if I may, Phil. And perhaps we could pick it up next time in the plan care update, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay. Any other queries about this report at this point? Nope. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Rob. So we then move on to the finance report, Rob, which presumably is with you too.
Yes. So I'll take the finance report separate from the savings delivery report, which I'll treat later on afterwards. Okay. So if I just give just a brief overview of the finance report. Month 6 shows a £500,000 overspend. Year to date of 3.2 million. I think slide 5 identifies where the key elements of the financial risk are. I think it's important. Well, yeah, it's disappointing around the position around non-delivery of the half of the savings target. We also are seeing some significant inflationary pressures and volume pressures that are coming through prescribing CHC, which will probably be in part driven by the inflationary pressures we're all seeing of circa 10%. Welsh Government, and we welcomed it, supported the energy price rises, but unfortunately that will also have a knock-on effect across the range, as we will all be seeing ourselves. So we're seeing prescribing inflation, and we're also seeing CHC inflation, and some of that CHC cost pressures will be driven by not just inflation but also increased complexity. And I think the agency cost as well is probably going to be driven, and we have had some conversations earlier on about medically fit for discharge. Some of those costs will be driven by the number of MMFD beds we've got within our services, so that will be driving up. So these are sort of not just trying to emphasise, it's not just the non-delivery of savings which is causing the pressures we are seeing, just the inevitable knock-on effect of inflationary pressures and service pressures on our cost base. So as we are aware, we've initiated a recovery plan and identified mitigations within the recovery plan, which gives us our current forecast outturn of the £10 million. This includes an additional push on savings of another 10 million, which will take us from the 17 to 28 million, 17.5 to 28 million. Release of an annual relief accrual, which we're discussing with Welsh Government colleagues. It's an accrual that was understandably placed into the position during this COVID, when hardly any leave was taken by our staff. As the leave is taken, we will need to release the accrual. So that's again a consistent approach with other health boards across Wales. And then we've also got some anticipated slippage on Welsh Government funding of 8 million. Now, I think it's important to note that the forecast is based on the assumption that our current level of income assumed from Welsh Government doesn't change. And if Welsh Government do decide to recover any slippage on ring fence monies, this will affect the health board's deficit, but will not affect the overall Welsh Government position. The forecast is subject to robust check and challenge being undertaken with Welsh Government and FDU finance colleagues, and we've had 2 meetings already where we've gone through detail our assumptions. We have asked for some additional support around prescribing costs because of the growth that we were seeing within the health board. And we're part of a national piece of work, because it's not just a BCU issue around prescribing cost pressures, it's across Wales. So we're part of that piece of work nationally to understand where the pressures are and where the opportunities are, about how we can mitigate it going forward. So recovery plans were asked from the IHCs and Pan North Wales services. They've been submitted to execs. The value of the recovery plans across all areas comes to 7.9 million, but that needs a test and challenge. We need to test those assumptions, because not all of those will be appropriate. So we'll need to work through each of those, which we will do over the next week or so. They have been shared with execs, HBLT and Finance and Performance EDG. And as I say, they'll be subject to further testing. And we've got our first recovery group meeting on the 29th. Alongside, so we'll look at those initial draft proposals that have come in, but we'll also be looking at other opportunities as well, and that'll be an ongoing process. The expectation of the additional savings will be reflected in the next iteration of PFIG finance reports. So as I say, that will hopefully be taking us from our current projection of 17 million up to 28 million. And just finally, just to note that because we're moving into forecast deficit, we will need to request strategic cash support from Welsh Government. And we are currently in discussions with them on the level of that. So at that point, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks for that. So I'm going to take questions on the finance report and the recovery report at the same time, I think, because we've entered into both those really. So Richard first.
Thanks, Mark. I was wondering, Rob, if you could comment on the press reports about us allegedly owing large sums of money to Flintshire County Council for extended periods of time, and in answering whether you could expand it to cover the other 5 local authorities as well. What is the situation from our perspective?
We have, so if you take as a general point across all the local authorities, any local authority invoices that come onto the system, other than for CHC, will just get automatically loaded into onto the system and are accrued for. For CHC, we have a system called Broadcare, which is used across Wales. I think it's used across the UK, which is a system that allows the operational teams and finance to work on the same system. So when we have an agreement on CHC packages, we pick up that information from the system, and that's accrued for within the system. We then have to do a retrospective reconciliation because local authorities take some time to invoices from when the package is actually agreed with the operational teams. The invoice can take some time to come through. So we then do a retrospective reconciliation between what we have on our system, which is approved by the ops teams, and what's invoiced. And there are differences. And I suspect that's where some of the issues are arising from. So at that point, we will pay the invoice based on the value that's been agreed by our ops teams, and then we'll liaise with the ops teams to understand where the differences are. We have regular dialogue with the local authorities, and certainly in terms of the Flintshire, we are having regular finance dialogue, and the commitment that's always been there is that if the paperwork comes through and if the ops team sign off the paperwork, then the payment gets made. I think where there might be some issues is around the level of joint packages, and a feeling that the share of the joint packages, it should be more towards health, but less to those local authorities. But I can't comment on that because that's been some of the issues we've had in the past. So in summary, anything that comes through is on our system, and we pay once the paperwork's approved by the ops teams.
Okay, thanks. I mean, to what extent are the figures as reported for Flintshire out of line with the other authorities? And I ask because I've inquired about the statistics for Anglesey, and the figures for Anglesey from their perspective are nothing at all like Flintshire's. They're relatively low, and they're quite comfortable that all of the invoices that are outstanding for a lengthy period are because they are under dispute or in discussion, depending on how you want to phrase it. So is Flintshire typical?
Flintshire's a bit of an outlier. I think we've had some issues in the centre, and I'd have to get back to you whether it's Conway or Denbighshire. We've had some issues in the past with them, but I think they've now been resolved. The West has not been an issue for some time, if ever. So it's really just Flintshire where they've been an outlier.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Thanks both. Cheryl, did you want to come in on that point?
Yes, please, Chair. Just to say that Conway was also owed a considerable amount of money, but that has been resolved through a lot of diligent work between the two finance departments. I'm not quite sure where it is now. I have asked for an up-to-date position, but there was a very considerable amount of money owing for continuing healthcare, looked after children and issues like that. But I am awaiting current position. Thank you.
I think it was Denbighshire was the where was the other issue was, but I think that's been resolved. Well, that has been resolved.
Okay, thanks, Rob. John, C.
Thanks, Mark. Just to pick up the last point, we have asked outside of this meeting for a briefing paper on where we stand across all the local authorities, and no doubt we can circulate that once we get that from yourself, Rob, or Sue. Yeah. If I just pick up my questions in the finance report first before I move on to the recovery one. On the first page in the exec summary, it talks about the assumptions in terms of the deficit position, and you touched on them. But how are those assumptions backed up?
So
what evidence have you got to be able to make those assumptions?
So we will have scheme by scheme analysis of where we believe the slippage is at that point. So if you take the performance fund, the Welsh Government funded schemes and the planned care recovery schemes, we have a scheme by scheme assumption but we are constantly testing those assumptions, and we will go round them again for next month. And it's not finance in isolation, it's discussing it with the IHCs or with the planned care or the scheduled care leads, and we will constantly be retesting those assumptions.
Okay, I think I'm coming at it from a slightly different angle in that it's not the assurance around how much there would be, but more that there would be, say, agreement with Welsh Government that we can use that, say, strategic support in that way. And I suppose what I was thinking is that in the report there's a risks table, but it doesn't include those assumptions, and it just feels like those assumptions maybe should be included in that risk table.
Yeah, we probably should. We should include those assumptions within the risk table. I think you appreciate, John, that there are multiple movable parts to any forecast, and there's certainly some discussions that we are having around. If you take, for example, planned care recovery, there is some high cost, low volume activity that's been done through the planned care programme. I think some of it was discussed earlier, that actually hasn't been funded from the planned care recovery monies because, strictly speaking, we're below core. So what was the challenge is if you're not above your core, you only get funded if you're above the core plan. We've had discussions with Welsh Government about that, and they think it's a reasonable assumption that we start to charge some of those smaller but very expensive waiting list against that money. So that's where we're having the dialogue with Welsh Government colleagues. What we need to do is have the dialogue with the policy leads. At the moment, just through the finance network. But once we get a clear understanding of what's chargeable against those items or those sources of funding, then we'll need to start the discussion with policy leads. But certainly the message we're getting back from Welsh Government is, yeah, the message is clear. If we underspend ring fence monies, they will reserve the right to pull the funding back. But I still think there are discussions to be had around what we can legitimately charge against those pots of funding.
All right, thanks, Rob. And then on page 10 or 11, talks about the agency spend, and I know Sue touched on it earlier, but that the graph that's there shows a trend of worsening position, both in terms of nursing and medical agency cost. But I'm not sure how to compare that to, say, how we were pre-COVID. Now, is this typical of where we were pre-COVID in terms of the agency? Was it gradually increasing because we're increasing in size, or have we got particular problems? Is that something we can get under the skin of in terms of understanding what's driving that increase in agency? Sue might want to respond to that. She's got a hand up.
Yes.
Sue?
Thank you. Yes, yeah, you're right. So what we are doing for PFIG next time is doing more of that trend analysis. So pre-COVID, during COVID, and then post-COVID, in a similar way that we've done the setting out the growth in the funded establishment and the growth in the numbers in post. We'll be doing the same, John, just so that we're really clear, and also trying to show the shift from agency to core and then or non-core, and then the shift back, and as much as we can alignment with vacancies or whether this is additional activity.
All right, thanks, Sue. And then final question for Rob. Going on to the recovery paper, on page 6 of the slides, it talks about the principles, the recovery actions, priorities to get close to break even without negatively impacting performance and quality. That's great. But I suppose the question for me then is, at what point do we have to consider negative consequences for performance and quality? Because there's always a risk here that we cannot operate within our means, and that we may have to make difficult decisions. And it's, should we be getting a handle on at what point we have to make those difficult decisions?
I think we will reach a point, we may well reach a point where we'll have to start making those difficult decisions. It certainly won't be finance who make those decisions. What we will need to do is present the options, because ultimately the nightmare scenario is it becomes a matter of choices. And at that point, we will present the options to the execs. But I know Jill and Nick need to come in. I very much doubt we would ever want to start to impinge on quality. I think there's enough opportunities to achieve as close to break even as possible. But
I don't think any of us ever want to, but it's a matter of being prudent and how we spend the public money, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Nick and Jill want to come in. Nick first.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this is an area we've discussed at some length at execs. There are, of course, quite robust quality impact assessments that are in place in relation to some of these plans that we might have to, seriously consider. I think I'd also want to say that it's not as though we are waiting for actions to happen. The changes in behaviours, increased scrutiny, for instance, around medical agency expenditure and things, where perhaps that there might be an improvement in quality rather than decrease in quality, are already taking place. But I think I just want to provide that reassurance, and reflecting back to some of our risk appetite discussions, that there will be very careful scrutiny of the impact of any changes that we might have to make. Diolch.
Thanks, Nick. Jill?
What Nick said in terms of the level of discussion that we had just yesterday on execs on this in relation to both the savings and the future IMTP. We know we're going to have to make some very difficult decisions, hence the check and challenges that are being undertaken locally, the QIA process, the EQIA that Nick refers to. But if we do have to take some of those decisions, you're quite right, Rob, in emphasising that will be a board decision and will be brought back to board so that we can make those informed choices with the evidence behind them. I'd also like to reinforce Nick's point that all the work that we're doing, we're getting it right first time, and the different pathways that have been alluded to throughout this meeting has been to provide efficiency, but not to impact negatively, only positively in the experience of our patients and users.
Thanks, Jill. Richard, do you want to come back in?
Yes, please, if I may, Mark. I mean, leading on, I think, from John's comments just now about difficult decisions needing to be made. You're predicting, Rob, a negative position, or you're saying the current position is negative at 3.2 million. At the last meeting, the number 5 position was negative 2.7 million. But you were, I think, predicting that it would be balanced by January. Do I take it that your predictions of a balance by January have now gone? That's now not predicted at all.
Yeah, the profile that we're working on, and the profile we've got, I think it's within the finance report itself, with the same as the report, we're break even by month 12. Okay. Sorry, it'll be 10 million by the month 12. It'll be phased through the rest of the year.
We've also got a table in of the divisional positions, which continue not to look particularly healthy. Could you comment as to what sort of level of support finance are able to provide to hospital management teams, thinking particularly the 3 big acutes, because they're the biggest areas where we're losing money at the moment. What sort of support are you providing to them on an ongoing basis to help them try to cope with this budgetary situation that they find themselves in?
Well, we've still got the pre-operated model divisional structure for finance. We've maintained that just for stability and whilst we go through the OCP process. So if you any of the IHCs have got effectively 2 HCs and 2 finance teams who support those CFOs, and each of the finance teams are roughly 5 management accountants each. So we've got the capacity. We've also got available the costing team, which is a central resource which supports the individual CFOs to provide additional costing information, and we have a wealth of costing information. So the capacity within finance is there to support the teams, and I know from recent experience around the request for initial recovery plans from the IHCs that finance supported that process.
Okay, so you're quite comfortable that they've got all of the finance department support that they need
absolutely.
to be able to manage their financial situation. Yeah. That's good, thank you. One final question, if I may. You predict the outturn position for healthcare service expenses to other NHS bodies, and you've got the figure twice in your report, but it seems to be a different figure in the two instances. I'm trying to understand why that would be. The forecast table on page 6 shows it at 304 million forecast end of year position. And the other table lower down, which you call expenditure on page 10, appears to be showing it as 314 million. That's just one figure. There are a number of others that vary between those two tables. So is there something different in the construct between those two tables, and why would they be different?
It'll be about how we record income, and it is an anomaly between the two tables. So the best thing for me to do, Richard, is to get a reconciliation between the two tables for you. But it's about how we transfer income and recover our income as a provider and also as a purchaser.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
I'll get a reconciliation for you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Rob. John, finally, then you. I see your hands back up.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I just wanted to get a quick clarification from Rob from what you said. Are you, from the break-even point of view or the forecast, are you saying you think we'll actually reach break-even by month?
No. Oh, sorry, yeah, I made a mistake. We are still forecasting a 10 million deficit, although the aspiration and the message from Welsh Government is that we will achieve a break-even position. And we need to achieve a break-even position because of the 3-year break-even rule, and this would be our 3rd year. But it's currently forecast 10 million, but the aspiration is to hit break-even.
I'm sure our aspiration is always to break even. But no, I understand the position. It sounded like you were.
Yeah. Apologies for that, John.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks both. Rob, a couple of things for me. Release of accrual of annual leave. Is that going to be of concern to our workforce?
No, because it will reflect the leave that the workforce have taken as we move back to the pre-pandemic policy of you don't carry forward more than 5 days. That the release of the accrual will match the leave, and we'll have to, as part of the process, we'll have to match the spend that we will incur, especially around clinical services, to backfill anyone's leave. We will have to match that accrual.
Okay, thanks. And then in terms of the recovery report, Rob, there's a line in red, and I guess it's in red to emphasize it, but it's a point I fully agree is important, and that's the one which says the transformation team have worked to define and scope the Health Board's transformation program, develop a clear and shared view on what transformation or transformed looks like. Given our original aspiration of a 50-50% split between transactional and transformational savings, that seems to me to be important and timely. Is that a piece of work that's progressing between you, the finance team, and Chris's transformation team?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, Chris, yeah. Chris?
Yes, absolutely. It is. We've evolved things over a period of time, really, and in hindsight, we would have used different language from the off, but we've been working through what that means. Sue and Rob are absolutely alongside my team, and we will start to explore some of that next week with board members, because there is a transformation item on the workshop.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Rob, for presenting those two reports. So I'm going to move us off those reports into closing business. I don't think there are any items that we need to refer to the committees today. I don't believe there are any risks highlighted within this board that we need to particularly consider, given that the risk that we have already identified, unless anyone disagrees with that take. We have got a note of summary of private business, which is a consent item. Are you happy to accept that by way of consent, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Date of next meeting is the 26th of January, by which time Christmas, of course, would have well passed. And we move on to John. Your hand's up. Is that an old hand or a new hand?
It was a new hand, Mark. On the basis of things to refer to committees, I just wondered, given that we have referred savings before now to the board, do we still need to keep it in an escalated status with the board to understand where we are in terms of savings and the recovery position?
I think we ought to leave it as escalated for the moment until you have your next PFIG meeting, John.
Okay.
And then you've got a view then about de-escalation or not, then you should express that after PFIG if that's okay.
Yeah, happy to do that. Fine. Good
point. Thanks, John, for picking it up. Okay, we move on to the date of next meeting, 26th of January, and I now exclude the press and the public from the meeting.